Good time zone and a happy birthday to all of those around the world. Today's the day. PC client is out, although there's a lot of stuff going on. Maintenance is still happening. There was some issues. If you tried to log in or just update the game on the mobile, then you probably encountered some weird error thing. I know I did, and it was like, you either got to restart your device or you got to uninstall the game. And I'm like, well, I'm not doing the second part. So after restarting and that not fixing anything, I went online to see if anyone else was having problems, and of course, yeah, a lot of people are having problems actually, so. Enough that they've extended maintenance twice now. We shall see if it gets extended even more. Hopefully not. But the PC client is downloaded. It seems to be working. It's not programmed in whatever way needs to be programmed for OBS to capture it, so I have to do the workaround way of capturing it for OBS. Which is fine, because, I mean, technically it's the same way I capture the emulator. So nothing's changed there. But hopefully it runs better. That's really what's important. And there's a cursor now, so you'll actually be able to see what I'm talking about on, maps. And I'm like, I gotta place someone here or something. I don't have to, describe the layout anymore. If they extend maintenance again, I'm not sure what we'll do. I guess we'll pivot or something. Hopefully they don't. In other news, Twitch yesterday released, and by released I mean made everyone opt into a setting that trains generative AI on all of our streams. Yes. So I'm glad I caught that. So I've opted out. Even if you don't stream, probably still opt out, I would say. I don't trust them. Who knows what they're gonna do. But I find it very ironic that the community manager or whatever that was talking about this feature was like, if we made it opt-in, no one would use it. And it's like, if it's not a problematic feature, then people would use it. But clearly, if you have to force people to use it, maybe it's problematic. Users' comments for AI. Yeah, probably. Who knows? And it's only partially an opt-out, too. There's some things you can't even opt out of. Great. I love having more of my data stolen. You know, there was talk once upon a time by smart people who were like, you know, companies are gonna use this stuff. Maybe they should pay people for it. I agree. You want to use my stuff? Pay me. Maybe I'll opt in then. Maybe. But yeah, figured I'd mention that. Let everyone know. All right. The hour has ticked over. Is the server open? Looks like it is. Excellent. Don't know if the mobile client will work. We'll find out later. But as long as the PC client works, as long as something works, I'll take it. Let me adjust the sound before I switch over. It's pretty loud. Music. Wow, it's really loud actually, honestly. Turning it down really low is actually still pretty... We'll try that much and see how it sounds. Kabam. I'm glad the cursor is PRTS. I actually tried to find a cursor asset for this just to use in general, especially on like Fula Friday streams and stuff, but I couldn't find anything. But now maybe it does exist. A new friend? No. It raised the friend limit or something. There also might just be no notifications. As you can see, I did do all of Vector breakthrough. The Mechanist fight was torture. The Misery fight was pretty simple. Mechanist fight was utterly brutal. But I did do it. Oh, this is a vignette event. Okay, see, I was like, I thought it was, and then I was looking the other day, and it didn't look like it was, and I was like, okay. Maybe it's a full event. No, it is a vignette event. Okay, well, that changes my plans completely. Wait, it is? Yeah. The wiki didn't show it until now, but so I thought it wasn't, but it actually is, it looks like. Okay. Which makes more sense, because I thought it was originally. Well, I guess we'll start with this. I was ready to read stories, so I guess we'll just do this story. Do the levels later, perhaps. We get module. Did Jessica get a new module? Jessica. Attack range +1. Unaffected by attack range changes, though. Interesting. When shield receives damage, 60% chance to restore SP. And, reduce redeployment time. That's kind of interesting as well. Getting redeployment time on that is kind of nice. Don't know if the extra attack range is that necessary, though. Semblance Center, what does it want from me? There's a lot of just new notifications to deal with. First things first, gotta get this sick laser outfit. I'm running low on Prime. I'm running low on it, but can't stop. Bloodwing Rose, Laser's character in Dark Age of Terra, admits Bloodwing's roar. Twisting thorned peals of thunder descend. Of all the challenges the adventurers have faced, she is the prickliest by far. She a villain? Radiant skin's fine. Papyrus' skin's good. It's better than her base outfit, but I also just don't want to waste 18 on her. So, I'm not gonna get it, but it is better. Must be said. Oh, let me pull up my thing real quick. Point of order, but not a huge one. I did pull on that previous banner that was the 3 6-star selector thing. I tried. I was like, I've got to try. I've got a 2 out of 3 chance to get a new 6-star operator, Haruka or Intelekia. So of course I didn't get either of them, and I got Monster instead. It was a 1 in 3 chance, but of course I got the lowest odds. Bellone, I don't think I'm gonna pull for him, but his character doesn't do anything for me. But maybe mechanically, I don't know. Let's see. What does he actually do? What is he? He's a fighter. Way of the Familia. Attacks reduce the target's defense by 7% for 10 seconds. Up to 5 times. As the target's HP percentage decreases, his damage dealt increases to a maximum of 128% when target is below 20%. And Street Smarts gains 40% dodge, increases to 80% after deployment, gradually decaying over 20 seconds. So I guess it's 80% and then decays to 40%. Adon's Plenty. The next attack deals 250% attack as physical damage twice. Attack range increases ASPD plus 80. Attack to deal 200% attack 3 times. While active, Talent 1's defense reduction effects stacks up to 8%, or not 8%, but 8 times, and slows targets. Attack skill 3, attack plus 170%, ASPD plus 50. Attacks have a 50% chance to deal 185% as physical damage. Immediately chooses a ground target within range, and if said target is on a deployable tile, moves the target's position and attacks. If target is an elite or leader enemy and is defeated, or if Bellone does not attack for 1 second, the new target will be chosen. Interesting. Upon receiving lethal damage, skill ends instead of retreating, returns to initial position. I was going to say, sounds like a good way to get him killed, but he does return to initial position when skill ends, or when he dies. That is kind of fun. But I don't think I'm going to pull for him. There are Bellone fans out there. I am not one of them. There's also another, there's a new 5-star. What does she do? Repressa. She's a splash caster. Wow. When there are 3 or more enemies with an attack splash area, attack increases 110%. The next attack increases splash area and deals 120% attack as arts damage. So then she's also dealing more damage. And then skill 2, splash area increases, immediately deals 105% attack as arts damage to 3 targets in the attack range. All enemies struck by this effect take 10% of attack per second for 6 seconds. Honestly, not terrible. A pretty cohesive little kit. Her module reduces deployment cost, as it should for a splash caster, and increases damage dealt when there's more enemies in the splash area. Fair enough. Fair enough. Crossing, which is probably like, if not the simplest, one of the simplest event names we've had. we've got that same music score from the other events. With a little bit of new instruments in it. Kestrel outfit. Remember Kestrel? Do I have, how much do I have of these? I got 10. Okay, yeah, we'll start with story then. We'll do story. So what happened last time? There's a couple plot lines last time. In I Portatori dei Veluti. But based on the trailer and based on like the characters we see here and stuff, I decided to focus the main summary on what I imagine this is more related to. Like Irene over here. So it's been 1 year since Nuova Volsini was established as a mafia-free city. And Leontuzo, aka Vigil, is the city's mayor, while Penance, aka the real name is Lavinia, I believe, is the supreme justice. In order to keep the city free of mafia influence, the new Urban Management Act was created, and part of the act establishes a separate sort of like citizenship system for the nomadic city, which allows the government to vet mafia members before they can enter the city, before they're allowed to operate in the city, make sure they're not going to cause trouble, and if they do cause trouble, they can revoke that access and exile them from the city. It also created, or maybe I'm not sure if this act specifically created, but the Nuova Volsini government is also created framework for workers' unions as a way to unite the common people against the mafia, which I think is pretty cool. Of course, the Familia have been using their own lawyers to try and abuse any loophole they can find. They've entered the city through front businesses as a way to extend their influence. And although they've been playing nice, that was soon to change, because the Venezia family under Antonio Venezia, who was actually only the second in command of the family, has been smuggling weapons into the city with the grand plan of taking over the city during Carnevale. The truckers' union have been functioning as the middlemen for the smuggling operation, although they are not all members were aware of it. The union's head, for instance, Irene Lavazza, was unaware of what her subordinates were doing for the Venezia family. When she finds out about the smuggling ring, she sets out to stop it, but instead of going to the government, because she doesn't want her truckers to be prosecuted, she instead turns to the Saluzzo family, which starts a fight between the Saluzzos and the Venezias for control of the trucker union. But as things start to spiral out of control and the machinations of the mafia families come to light, Penance decides to crack down hard on them, which forces Antonio to expedite his plans for Carnevale. On the night of the carnival, Venezia's mobsters rush the courthouse, but are met by the truckers' union, whom have preemptively formed a blockade to protect Penance. While this is happening, Irene tries to convince Penance to completely strip all mafia members of citizenship rights and allow the truckers to basically go open season on them. Penance refuses because that would be a gross abuse of the law. With the standoff between the truckers and the mobsters continues, Lapland arrives. She's been skulking around. She shows up to sow more chaos by distributing weapons to both sides of the conflict. So the weapons that were supposed to be for the mobsters are now going to both sides. Because she wants to see if the people of the city will devolve into the bloodshed of old. That's her whole thing. She's always after. They don't, though. Because a rogue gunshot actually manages to scare both sides into dispersing as the parade arrives. What was this rogue gunshot? Well, that was actually just Antonio Venezia being shot dead by a Venezia mobster who was still loyal to the family's Don, Fabrizio Venezia. Antonio had taken over the family from him, but Fabrizio managed to escape imprisonment and had some of the still loyal soldiers hunt down Antonio. There's also why that whole thing was happening, I should mention, has to do with Suzerain's mother, Ingrid, who came to the city to find the culprit behind her daughter's infection. One of the Signore de Lupi had promised to tell her if she helped out in the Signore de Lupi's game. Antonio was that culprit. And Ingrid actually stabs him, leaving him from dead, but it's the random mobster that deals the true finishing blow. After Carnival, Irene intended to resign from the Union, but Lientuzzo tells her not to. Because although, yeah, the Union will face some punishment, he actually wants to integrate them into the government officially, and he believes she is actually a good leader and a good person. Crown Slayer should take over. She probably should, but Crown Slayer left. So she was in the city working as a trucker, but she was also trying to hunt down Project Red, who had killed her mentor in the past as part of the Signore de Lupi's game. After Project Red wins the game during this event, Crown Slayer does find her, but instead of killing her, she realizes, oh, this girl is not a threat, and also has been screwed over by the Signore de Lupi because they've abandoned her now. She won the game and then they've just left her. So she's like, okay, I'll take you back to Rhodes Island now. But what about Dimitri Bellone, the big man of the event, for this event? Well, he was in the city, but he doesn't really do much in the past one. After the destruction of the Bellone family in Il Siracusa event, Dimitri remakes the family with some other survivors. Until now, he and all of them had been completely barred from entering Nuova Volsini. Vigil was just not having it. He didn't want them at all in the city. But using a little loophole, Dimitri takes a job with the Saluzzo family, working for their wine company, which is their front business in the city, so that he can enter on a work permit. He later meets with Vigil to air his grievances and also threatens Vigil that if he becomes too much of an obstacle for the Bellone, he will eliminate him. That's pretty much where they left off in their relationship. But later on, Alberto Saluzzo is put into jail because of everything that happened when Penance decided to crack down on the mafia. He was arrested, so he's put in jail, and Dimitri takes over as manager of the wine company, which also means he is actually the Don now, at least the acting Don of the Saluzzo family, as well as the Don of the Bellone family. And that's what happened last time. I guess besides Lapland taking over all of the Signore de Lupi and becoming the Alpha. But I don't think this event's about her. The red wine murder. Starting off with the two best characters. You hear something? It's a busy street, it's all something. What I'm more worried about is the smell. I guess I should have mentioned, these two own a taxi company now. That Lapland gave them. But who knows how long that lasted. The goods all got packed up, and the stash in the cellar shouldn't be any smell at all. Yeah, well, if you find anything loose, I should go for a taste. Don't even think about it. They say this stuff's the cream of the crop. But that scent is making me want to quit this job. You want to quit working? Or you want to quit work here? What's the difference? Either way, we're stuck roaming the street, keeping watching, hoping nobody comes looking for trouble. The red paint from last night ain't washing out. Once we get paid, I'm buying a new coat for my ride. Suit yourself. I'm saving my share. The company's gonna need more guys for later. What's with the look? Nuova Volsini really is a goddamn miracle, turning a Sicilian like you into a responsible businessman. This fat Cajamarin plays way more than Antonio ever did, right? How was I supposed to know running a taxi company had all these costs? Even driving a taxi is a lot more exciting than patrolling this street, though. What kind of dipshit with too much time on his hands would try to mess up this red wine championship anyway? I got nothing. Forget about it. We're gone down this street. Let's head back to the theater. You know, why'd that Cajamarin come to us with this event security job anyway? Beats me. Maybe a referral of some kind from some kind soul. Yeah, they did add a text size feature, which is cool, I guess. Cherik.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may occupy a moment of your time.
The lighting in the theater is almost a little too bright, as if trying to light up every face in the building. A well-dressed businessman stands in the center of the stage, lightly tapping the glass of red wine in his hand. The crisp note is not loud, but it still gets the guests to quiet down.
I know you're all looking forward to the wine and the music, and to the moments ahead that will be worth remembering. But we'll get to that. First, I'd like to say a few words. Hosting the Red Wine Championship here in the city means so much to us. Nuova Volsini is a promise of order, and ever since we selected this place for our competition, that promise has been proved beyond doubt. Wine takes time, and time demands stability.
Beautiful. The Kazimierzian businessman continues on once the applause dies down. He talks of the year of the vintage, how it was made, and of course, intercity cooperation and logistic systems. Every word falls into place with nary a syllable wasted.
Naturally, without the support of City Hall, this championship might have never come together so quickly. It is our honor to be working with you, Mayor Bellone.
Nuova Volsini welcomes all foreign partners, willing to abide by our city's laws. So long as you are here to do respectable business, nothing will stand in your way.
Of course, of course. I'm not here to flatter you. In Nuova Volsini, I have no fear for the Familia trying to get a hand in my business. No need to search for any hidden meanings in the deals I sign. Such clarity in business is truly priceless.
Sounds like you'll have a very positive opinion of our city.
Exactly. That is why we wish to bring the finest wines here, alongside some much-needed cooperation.
In that case, we find ourselves honored.
We're still waiting here. When are we getting started? Yeah, I want to see how good Kazimierzian wine really is. A few rude voices force their way out of the crowd and begin to spread throughout the audience, but under the bright lights, the businessman's face shows no signs of displeasure. I suppose I've droned on for too long and tested our guests' patience. Then I should like to invite Nuova Volsini's famed orchestra to the stage. Their performance shall serve as an opening ceremony for the championship finales. Or finals, even. As the light dims, Cherik takes the opportunity to accompany Leontuzo off the stage to appreciate the performance from some nearby corner. Leontuzo, however, does not look to the stage. With no glaring lights to blind him, he can see the man calmly walking up to him. You know, I had his voice, now it's gone.
Mi dispiace. My associates aren't used to this sort of thing, so they got a little excited. It's fine. There'll probably be plenty more events like this coming to Nuova Volsini. Guess I'd better teach them to behave soon then.
And who might this gentleman be?
Signor Dimitri Bellone, a local wine merchant, also participating in the competition.
Ah, your reputation precedes you, the young, promising head of Saluzzo Vino.
A pleasure. Though there's one thing that I've been meaning to ask. Everyone is here tonight just for the tasting session, right?
Of course, of course. The question of a wine's quality is ultimately answered by the tongue.
Good. I was worried this championship would be decided by those whose background was cleaner or who had the nicer story to tell.
The story behind a wine is important, but if the wine cannot stand on its own 2 feet, then even the prettiest words will not prop it up for long.
You're right. Yeah, I'm sure the victor will be crowned based solely on its flavor. Sounds like you won't be disappointed, even if your wine doesn't make it to the finals. You're a funny man, Mayor Bellone. You look the very picture of a businessman now. Were you hoping I wouldn't be? I've heard Kajimersians have great faith in fair competition. I'm eager to see it for myself tonight. But I have the feeling the real results will make themselves known very quickly.
Sounds like I have something to look forward to. To witness a fair competition in Nuova Volsini, a city no longer bound by the old rules. Why, that's the entire reason we're here.
You hear something?
You asked me that when we were heading out the door. What could be making noise down in the cellar, unless it's someone stealing wine?
This is all the wine they got for the competition. Just this one row?
Yeah. I guess the guests get to drink the entries once it's over. You'd have to be missing a few screws to try and steal some right now.
So, we can drink some?
Yeah, sure, let me pull you a glass. Of course we can, idiota.
Shame.
You said you wanted to try some, right? If you pour yourself a glass, I won't snitch. As soon as the words leave his mouth, footsteps ring out from between some shelves around the corner. Was that a Latanian Spirecaster? That's worrying. A Cabernet with a hood obscuring his face lowers his head as he walks through the shelves, heading for the stairs leading up. Soon enough, he has left the cellar. He's gone.
Probably didn't hear us.
From that distance, he wouldn't even need to see us. Longhorns like that gotta be a Cabernet. I figure he's with the orchestra.
Why would an orchestra guy be down here at a time like this? They're gonna on in a minute, right?
Maybe he's just gulling his nerves. You got your own ticks, you know? Every time you're holding your peace, you keep scratching at the safety with your nail.
Gazada, I ain't done that in years.
Gambino shuts up the moment he hears more agitated footsteps. Another Cabernet appears from the shadows, following the echoing footsteps of the orchestra member from earlier. She too quickly leaves the cellar. This time both Capone
and Gambino saw suspicion in the blonde girl's eyes.
Hey, I know that Ragazza. She's the daughter of the lady who runs the orchestra. Gave me my security pass.
When was the last time I saw this many Cabernet in Syracuse?
I figure the whole orchestra is from Litania.
What, you're gonna say something like just like the Sicilians?
Nah, I was just thinking how Nuova Volsini is getting too crowded. Caranta, Cabernet, hell. If I came across an Ager on the street, I wouldn't even bat an eye anymore.
I'm hoping for fewer strange-looking passengers at the door. Let's do one more lap around the cellar. The performance ought to be starting up there. The orchestra takes the stage, and the lights dim once more. The strings begin their restrained digital tones. Soon they are joined by woodwinds. Though the melody can be hardly called brash, it serves as a vector to reveal the notes in their most perfect forms. The audience lifts their glasses, slowly swaying along to the music. Leontuzzo sits in the front row, watching his neighbor Dmitri refuse yet another glass of red wine from an attendant.
You came to the wine tasting and don't taste the wine. I just don't have an appreciation for the smell of Cajimiran red wine. You got here earlier than I expected. I was invited, so I'm not allowed to drop by at the last second. Otherwise, it'll look like I'm back to my old habits. Aren't you in the same situation, Mayor Bellone? Whenever you say old habits, it always makes me feel like you're bragging about the progress you've made. I'll take that as a compliment. You know me, I was never any good at picking out the condemnations between the praise.
Leontuzzo does not answer. He simply turns his head away from the stage and back toward Dmitri, his eyes falling on the bow tie around his neck. It's been too long since they last met. He's not sure just how much of Dmitri's current business-like demeanor is sincere.
You look like a real businessman today, Dmitri. Not to your liking. There are a lot of things to my liking, but that doesn't mean I'm not worried. What about Nuova Volsini? Is it going the way you hoped it would? Worried about the city and the people who scurry around it? It's growing, as I expected. You're the same as you ever were. You talk about order, but your eyes are fixed on the people. Hey, my hands are clean. What? Scared I'm gonna take something from you? What scares me is you treating the city like your kitchen table. Give it a flip and everything on top will come crashing down to the ground. Then you better watch me closely, Leon. The closer you stick to me, the harder it'll be for me to mess up.
The Kazimierzian businessman beside them is clearly in a good mood. He stands up as the performance ends, lightly applauding as he signals the attendants to prepare the next step. Oh, I have to say, I love how you Nuova Volsinis know when to applaud and when to stay quiet. It's a rare thing. Most places, people make a ruckus when they should be silent and stay quiet when they should be clapping up a storm. I'd like to thank the orchestra for their marvelous performance. I'd also like to invite tonight's judge to come and witness our competition. A musician from Litania and a guest of this fair city, Frau Paola. As a woman unaffiliated with any wine dealer or familia, I think there's no one more suited for the job. The conductor on the stage gives a graceful nod to the audience before being guided by an attendant to the table of red wines at the front.
Buenosera, everyone. I know only how to play music and conduct an orchestra, so I'm not very good at offering praise or pretty descriptions, but since I'm judging the finals, I promise I will sample them all with care and then say what I feel as I drink them truthfully.
Oh, that's exactly why we chose you. Pretty descriptions, no. What we need are honest assessments. He lifts his hand, beckoning the attendants to fill 3 wine glasses from 3 decanters. Now then, let's begin. The 3 finalists come from different wineries and different terroirs. Terroirs? I don't know. Yeah, terroir.
Terroir.
Which is just French for land. I figured it was territory, just based on how it looks, but I was like, I wasn't sure if it was a typo or if it was a thing, but no, it is actually just French. Specifically, it's used to describe the environmental factors that affect a crop's phenotype, which would make sense for wine making. There you go. And they each have their own ambitions. The rules are simple. No looking at the labels, no listening to any stories, just pure flavor. If you will, Frau Paola. The tall musician nods, a serious look on her face as she lifts the first glass. She sniffs, sips, swallows, and stops. The first glass sticks strictly to the standard. The aroma is unassertive. It does not rush the mouth. The fruity flavor is front-loaded and quickly restrained. You can tell that it avoids making any mistakes, not letting any one flavor linger for too long. All in all, a harmonious package. This is a wine I could offer to guests without worry. The second glass is very much like the locals. The alcohol makes itself known quickly, but not in an irritating way, and without any sharp sensations. It's a little bold when entering the mouth with a direct sourness, the type that wouldn't ask for your opinion beforehand. It is the third glass that Paola savors the slowest. She takes a sip but does not immediately swallow, letting the red wine linger on the tip of her tongue for a moment. The third glass. There's no brashness at the beginning, but the layering and the structure are very clear. It's not a crowd pleaser sort of wine. It's as if it doesn't care if you enjoy it or not. It's not going to try and win you over. It knows its own path and it'll walk it to the end. It has an attitude I happen to lack. Cherrick turns to the audience and raises his hand as if he were already standing atop the podium. Wow. Frau Paola, if you would pick which of these 3 glasses you believe is most worthy remembering. The third, naturally. Cherrick is practically already reaching for the bottle behind the third glass. His voice is more excited than before, but he maintains his composure. Well, I think we all heard her. This wine is.
You best check the label again. Otherwise, things might end up rather embarrassing for you.
Pardon? Cherrick freezes. He slowly looks at the bottle. The moment he gets a clear look at the label, the smile on his face dies. But only for a moment so short that almost nobody can react. Once it passes, his rictus grin is plastered back onto his face. Rictus. You don't see that word too often.
It seems tonight's first surprise arrived earlier than I expected.
Like you said, no leaning on stories, just the wine itself.
I really must wonder, though, how did a bottle of Golden Prairie transform into a wine that isn't on the list of finalists?
Oh, I guess even Kajimir's legendary business management systems aren't free from little mistakes like registration errors.
Yes, just a little mistake. Let's all give a warm round of applause to the winner, Saluzzo Vino. Your wine has earned our most stringent yet most objective praise.
I mean, if it wasn't a finalist, how can it win?
Grazie mille. I'm glad the words fair competition still apply tonight. It's a good thing for everyone involved.
Good thing indeed. If the winners were always predetermined, then business would be dreadfully boring. And the very reason I came to Nuova Volsini was to get away from boring business. Let us toast to the champion, a local winery, and to this fair city.
Salute.
The attendants begin refilling the guests' glasses. Applause rings out once more enthusiastic than before. Applause that includes Leontuzo's clapping.
Not gonna toast me, Leon. You know my palate isn't as refined as yours. Won't you introduce your winning wine before the toast? Yeah, if you insist. This isn't a wine that needs much introduction. It's not you trying to impress anyone or to prove anything with the first sip. It's more suited for when the dinner table's almost cleared out, and most things worth saying have been said, but you're not quite ready to leave yet. That's when you notice there's still a glass left of this. It'll be your final safeguard, making sure your words don't spill out onto the floor. It will remind you of the past and make it easier to reach an agreement. If you think this is exactly the wine you need, then it's already done its job. Your wine has some grand ambitions. So it does. It's like what Frau Paula said. It follows the path of its choosing, without caring whether you like it or not. Since it chose this road, I've got nothing to say about whether I like it.
Dimitri smiles but does not answer. He simply raises his glass, giving it a gentle clink against Leontuzo's. Before the clink can fade away, a light, incongruent cough makes itself heard from the other side of the stage. Paola's hand stops in midair, the glass between her fingers trembling ever so slightly as the wine leaves irregular streaks on the glass.
Sorry.
She wants to finish speaking, but all her subconscious lets her do is steady her breathing. Her second cough comes out sharp. She tries to lower her voice, but she cannot cover it up completely. The blonde girl who is always by her side is the first to notice the look on her face. Paula lifts her hand to prop up against the table, but she can no longer stand steady. The glass falls from her hand, letting out a muffled thump as it falls onto the carpet. She falls forward, her body unable to support itself. Some cry out, some rise to their feet, some reflectively take a step back. Before the attendants can rush to the scene, she has already collapsed by the table. No longer breathing, her lips take on an odd hue under the lights. The blonde girl babbles something like, "Paula, and help her." The smile instantly disappears from Dimitri's face. Cherek stays standing but does not speak. With the flash of chaos now over, the theater sinks into a surreal silence. Moments ago, they were toasting things like fairness, dignity, and victory, but now, nobody reaches for the wine on the table. We're in for a classic whodunit. The disturbance did not last long. Thanks to the mayor and some municipal staff among the attendees, the situation is quickly reined in. Many people simply stand there, unsure if they should move closer or leave.
Please, remain calm, everyone. The medics are already on their way. Before we clean up, I'd like to ask all of you to work with our security staff and not act on your own.
Mayor Bellone, I must emphasize to both you and our guests that the wines underwent a strict auditing process. None of us wish to see anything like this happen, but we cannot allow rumors to spread.
Leon Tudzo stands to the side. He does not answer immediately. He looks at the table. The attendants have moved away from the rest, and then at Dimitri, who still stands in the same spot. Dimitri says nothing. He does not approach nor back away. He gently puts the wine glass he is holding down, which lets the lightest of clinks as its foot meets the table. The noise prompts Cherrick to continue.
Something unexpected happened at the wine tasting. The label on the wine bottle does not match our registry. I don't believe this is an act of malice, but under the present circumstances, anything outside the standard process needs a clear explanation.
The crowd's gazes wash over the scene like a wave before inevitably landing on Dimitri.
If you're waiting for me to explain, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint. I'm as shocked as anyone else here that something like this could happen. As for the bottle of wine, I was only responsible for its flavor and getting it to the theater on time. Anything else is none of my business.
You are the young, promising head of a winery, but also the young, promising head of a gang, are you not? You might be uninvolved, but you have plenty of minions to get involved for you. According to many eyewitnesses, Frau Paula suddenly fell to the ground after taking another drink from the bottle of Saluzzo Vino Red that mysteriously appeared. What sort of grudge was there between you two that led to this? Was it not enough that your wine won the championship? Did you want to ruin my business as well? Or do you familiar bosses have your feuds and conspiracies in which you trample over us ordinary folk?
Signor Cherrick, we do not know all the facts yet. Nuova Volsini has its own procedures, and this incident will be investigated accordingly. Since it was a public incident, the police will be involved. Before they announce the results, nobody, neither individual nor body corporate, should be making premature statements.
Naturally, of course. We also hope the truth will come to light quickly, otherwise people will lose trust in Kazimierzian Reds, perhaps even local Nueva Volsinese Reds as well.
Volsiniese was an interesting choice for a demonym. I'm not sure it's the one I would have gone with. I feel like Volsini to Volsinian would be a little easier than Volsinese. The extra I there is a bit strange.
Mayor Bellone, death is not a welcome guest at my red wine championship. I suspect at any red wine meet. And I would prefer not to hear short street corner rumors of how our Kazimierzian competition was drawn into familiar struggles, how we were powerless to resist, things like that. Surely you are aware that we businessmen of Kazimierz, along with our counterparts from Litania, Colombia, and nations even further afield, are only here in Nuova Volsini because of what kind of promises you've made.
To be fair, this kind of murder could happen anywhere. Jarek lowered his voice, but the reporters and cameramen invited to the venue to capture the championship seemed to have heard every word. The cameras are flashing much more frequently than they were. Under their glare, Dmitri steps forward.
If you need me to comply with the investigation, then I won't run and hide. I will halt all activities until the results are in. Dmitri, as I said, I'm begging everyone to avoid any rash actions until after things have been cleared up. Well, I appear to be prime suspect right now, so I will stay where I should stay and let the police do all the investigating they want. I ask that you do it all in accordance with the standard procedures you mentioned, Mayor Bellone. Right. I'll make the arrangements.
Does City Hall still need time to send the police? No need to trouble them then. My own hired security can escort Senor Bellone home.
Leontuzzo was looking at the red-haired Lupo's face earlier, trying to see if he could spot anything. The moment the red wine glass fell to the floor, the smile on Dimitri's face vanished. Now it has returned, just barely perceptible. But it's only a smile. Leontuzzo's not sure if he should interpret it as "I won't embarrass you," "I believe you can figure this out," or "I made plans for this long ago." Before you can finish deciphering it, Dimitri is led to the exit, flanked by Capone and Gambino. As he passes by, their gazes meet for the shortest of instants before they are separated. Is this Capone CG? Is this our first Capone CG? The flashing lights of the reporters' cameras cascade across Dimitri's face. Leontuzzo instinctively turns away, composing himself before turning back to the foreigner who has seized this chance to pile on the pressure and demand more from him. How'd you put it? I'm beg your forgiveness, Don Dimitri. Did a rope chafe you?
Nearly died trying not to laugh.
Here's the real power behind Saluzzo and Nuova Volsini, and the new dawn of the Bellones. Can't hurt to show him a little respect. Not to mention the tip he gave us. Hell, can't even call a wad of cash this big a tip.
Well, done. But he still got pulled into that foreign money man scheme.
You think the Kazimierzian pulled one over on him? I'm telling you, I think he spiked that drink on purpose, just to get them in the middle of all of this. Remember when we dragged him out of the theater? Man was as cool as a cucumber. Wise guys like him, who are born into the familia, they're good at this kind of scheming. I'm used to it too.
Who the hell knows, man? I don't give a shit. This is Nuova Volsini, not Sicilia. You and I both know how stupid dons can look when they fall from the top.
Hey, you think those reporters got a photo of our taxi company sign when we were taking them out of that place?
Buy a paper tomorrow and check for yourself. Maybe they'll only get the Siciliano part of it. Now that'd be a joke. What, Matt? Fine, I'll drop it.
Nah, it's not that. I just suddenly got the feeling that, like, maybe Nuova Volsini is still a Syracusan city. There's been a lot of change here, but in the end, maybe nothing's changed at all. Or maybe, when you push something that's newer, or that's never changed on a new track, some other stuff's gotta start popping up.
So Dimitri's wine was, I think he labeled it as the other wine, and then the guy, that's why he's like, look at the label again, because then it came off and it was actually his wine. I was thinking maybe it was reversed for a second, but I think that's what makes more sense. And I think the real question is not so much who did it, but why Frau Paula? Unless they thought someone else is going to be the final judge. But Frau Paula doesn't seem like anyone important. So maybe they thought it would be someone else. Business acumen. She kind of looks like that. This girl kind of looks like Haru Urara.
Scusa, Benita. I'd love to help you, but I'm running a small business here too, you know. Those bottles I got from you last time are still in my wine rack, gathering dust. Why not go ask at the corner store?
Right. I'll go do that. Grazie, zio Paolo. Another Paolo. Or zio Paolo, is that a phrase? Nothing comes up as a phrase, so I'm not quite sure. Actually, ironically, a wine comes up, or not ironically, but coincidentally. I already asked, actually. Nobody wants any. I've got to move all this out of the way first. If I keep standing around here like a fool, I'll affect Zio Paulo's business. Okay, it is a name. Oh, she's got a crossbow. Just waving that out in the open.
Careful. That was close. Here. Hold it tight now.
Ah, thank you, Signorina.
Man, this is heavy. No wonder a little kid like you couldn't carry it right. What's in this? Oh, it's Verdi.
You know it? Yeah, I'm from the Verdi winery, where my Nono works. The winery's got decades of history behind it. Would you like to buy a bottle, Signorina?
I see. Benita, right? I guess it's fate I bumped into you, so let's make friends. I'm Tosia. Here's my card.
Wow, cool, a business card. Sorry, I don't have one. Casimir's Golden Prairie Winery, Nova Volsini branch, sales representative. I'm betting that before long, it'll say Senior Relationship Manager. But that's the thing. I'm afraid we're competitors, so I won't be buying your wine. Now, if you wouldn't mind scooching out of the way, little Miss Benita, or Bettina, I'm mixing up the N and T's. I have a great deal to make with Senor Paolo.
You just arrived in Nuova Volsini and you're already making you've already talked the locals into some huge deals. Excellent work. Come, Tosia. Today we give our top sales rep the welcome feast she deserves.
You're too kind, Vuyak Charek. Vuyak means uncle. So Uncle Charek. You've been busy getting the Red Wine Championship ready, so of course you don't have time for dinner. I just hope I haven't been much trouble.
Not at all, I'm a lucky man. Getting an experienced sales girl to join us at Golden Prairie. But I heard you were doing well at the Krezjevie Domech department store. Why Nova Volsini all of a sudden?
It's a long story.
Well, let me guess. It's something to do with that Silverlands Pegasus corruption case that got Karela Wilkie all a buzz lately.
Though Cherik lowered his voice, the mention of the case has Tosia jerking her head upwards. How did you...
I was told that the GCCC sent agents to Krezjevi Domek to look at one and took one of your managers a few days ago. Your old manager, even.
Guess there's no hiding anything from you. She took good care of me, but one of her relatives is a Silverlands Pegasus. It was a point of pride, but once the GCC started poking around, whenever they can't directly move against the Adeptus Spradavili, they take the people around them for questioning. And more people keep getting involved in the case. Some poor souls get the entire book thrown at them, even though everyone with eyes can see they're totally innocent. If normal folks like us get pulled into this kind of trouble, how are we supposed to resist the giants like the GCC? That's why I thought it'd be better to come here and expand.
Tosia, Golden Prairie would not have grown this large in Nuova Volsini without behind-the-scenes support from the GCC. When the big shots show some initiative and want to expand our horizons, that is a good thing for business people like us.
You're right.
Let us not think too much about Kalavaverki right now while we're here. Just keep your enthusiasm flowing and do a good job. When my business is growing, it's only good for you, no?
Then I'll thank you in advance, Vujek Chadek.
Clever girl, I won't belabor the point then. I've already ordered the food, just need to know what you want to drink.
Sorry for putting all that on you, honestly. I'm not too good at handling wine. Let me see. Oh, right, I'm looking for a certain brown-colored soft drink. I think it's a local Syracusan brand. Tastes like orange with a bit of bitterness.
Do you mean Chinoto, signorina? I'm terribly sorry, but we don't carry that one.
Chinoto is indeed a carbonated soft drink produced from the juice of an orange tree. I feel like it's a little more orange than brown, but I guess it's the same.
Where did you even learn of that old beverage? Since we put out our soft drink line, the local brands have pretty much all dried out.
Really?
Did you forget our slogan, Tosia? Nuova Volsini, Vita Nuova. Leave the retro nostalgia to the Lightonians. How about some zero-proof sparkling water?
Sure. Let's go with that then.
Good, good. Oh, almost forgot. Come, I wanted to show this to you.
How did sparkling water take over, like, orange soda? It's a shelf display agreement.
Just a draft template. I was hoping to hear what our top sales representative thought before we deployed it.
It's very clear on the criteria that the rewards are generous. There shouldn't be too many retailers who decline. But if they do accept, it means they can only display our products while the agreement is in force. Wouldn't an exclusivity clause like that create legal issues under local law?
I was gonna say. There's nothing in the new Urban Management Act that says we can't have one. The way I see it, those lupos with their heads full of dreams and faith won't see any issue with it.
Chirrut shrugs, a smile of victory on his face.
But it's your frontline employees who will be talking to the retailers, not me. I'm eager to see how you do when the time comes, Teresa.
Thank you for waiting. Your zero-proof sparkling water, signorina.
Come to Nuova Volsini and to Vita Nuova. Na zdrowi.
Is that a cheer of some sort?
Yes, it is.
I would never let you down, Vujek Chadek. Na zdrowi. Ooh, I'm stuffed. Chef selection. Seriously, tiny portions and way too much fuss. After shoving the last piece of pizza into her mouth, Tosia brushes the crumbs off her hands and continues her walk back to her place alongside the nice breeze. The street is lit up in vibrant colors by a chaotic mix of billboards. Shining as bright as day, this nightscape is breathtaking, but it could not be more different from Siracusa Tosia imagined. Self-display agreement, more like shelf monopoly agreement. It's gonna get a whole lot of people fired, maybe even bankrupt, won't it? Like that kid from before, once the agreement's signed, she won't be able to sell her wine. No matter how much legwork she puts in. But it's gotta be done. Those Victorians and Colombians aren't going to let an opportunity like this big slip by, even if we did. Oh, it's you, the lady from this morning. How's it going, Managed to sell any? Oh, you're still carrying the same bottles, aren't you? Yeah. You're a really good saleswoman, right, Signorina Tosia? Can you... Nope. But I didn't even get to ask. You want me to teach you a trick or two, right? I can read it on your face anyway. No can do. No way. But why? The despondency and incomprehension on the girl's face forces a long sigh out of Tosia. How old are you, Bettina? I'm 10 next week. 10, huh? Alright. Let me put this in a way you can understand. Man. Does Nuova Volsini not have child labor laws? She's 9 years old? Listen, I know having to make a living at your age isn't easy. If things were different, I wouldn't mind helping you out. I only got to where I am today thanks to the help of others. A favor is an investment, not a cost. But here's the problem, there's only so much wine one Nuova Volsini can drink in a day. You're selling Verdi, I'm selling Golden Prairie. We're business rivals, enemies even. Of course, in a situation like this, some people would drop any cost-benefit analysis and choose to help a helpless little kid like you. But that's not me. Because I'm a woman with a heart of stone. The business world is a battlefield. Helping your enemies like just stabbing yourself in the back. I've set my mind on flying up the ranks and living the good life. And I'm not going to go soft on my foe just because she's a kid, you got that? Okay, I got it. She's definitely from corporate Kazimierz. Good, I'm off then. You keep at it. Was I too harsh on her? Can't blame me for it. That black-hearted uncle of mine is obviously trying to use pie-in-the-sky promises to trick me into doing his dirty work. If I want to find my footing here, I don't have time to get involved in other people's business. But she's not crying, is she? Let's turn around and take a quick look, just one look. Droops head as if grieving. Grabs hold of bridge railing. Stands on top of railing as if about to jump. Whoa, wait. Don't just throw your life away like that. What? Made it. Good thing I got quick reflexes. Kids these days have no mental fortitude. I'll teach you, okay? Seriously, even when my performance was in the gutter, and I was homeless and living under a bridge eating thrown out fries, things weren't that bad. You're young, you've got plenty of time ahead of you. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Even if things are hard now, you need to believe things will get better. Why are you looking at me like that? I think you misunderstood something, Signorina Tosia. I was trying to save Pane. Pane? Over there on the other side of the railing. It's so naughty wandering off like that. Woof. So you weren't trying to... Ah, thank goodness. I guess I looked really stupid trying to calm you down just now. I was worried as I was. But even if you were trying to save it, you didn't need to go over the railing. You know, that's dangerous. But my arms aren't long enough. Alright, fine. Out of the way. Better not bite me, Pane. What manner of creature was it? I was hoping, because Bettina is in the trailers, and I saw her in there. I was hoping it was Penance's adopted daughter was going to be like a character, but I guess it's not. I guess it's just another girl. Very funny, though. Sono molto grata, Bettina. If you hadn't brought my bambino back to me, why, I don't know what to do. We'll head back home now. Say ciao to Bettina, Pane. Okay, ciao, Signorina Bettina. Ciao, Pane. Or Bianca. Don't know why I'm mixing my ends all over the place. Wait, aren't you gonna ask her? Ask her what? About the wine. I feel like getting sales through personal connections is rather high cost, low efficiency, but any port in a storm definitely beats starving. Didn't you help her find Pane so she would buy your wine? Don't tell me you did it out of the goodness of your heart. Disgusting. Am I misunderstanding something? Is your family not in big trouble? Does it not matter if this stuff sells? No, of course it matters. I just want to help sell the wine. Nonio says sales have been getting worse and worse lately, and if we can't make enough of this month, the winery will have to close. What should I do? You said you'd teach me. What? When did I say that? 10 minutes earlier? Kids these days have no mental fortitude. I'll teach you, okay? Oh, I guess I did. Though I thought you were going to, you know. I'm not trying to wiggle out of that, what I said, but take a good look at your product. Cheap local wines like your Verdi are the worst performers in the current market. Outdated production facilities, careless cost control, old-fashioned marketing, while Golden Prairie offers some better quality budget wines, and they are only half the price. Only a fool would pick the other option. The winery Nono works for is doomed. My advice to him is to start looking for a new job sooner rather than later. But the adults will say there is no such thing as unsellable product, only salespeople who can't sell it. I know Verdi is hard to sell. Is it so bad that not even you can sell it, Signorina Tosia? First you trick me into giving you advice, and then you go for a psychological tactic? You've got moves. A trick. But I won't fall for it. I don't have to get mixed up in your problems to prove myself. I'm last year's sales star at the Kryzyevi Domek department store and the current top salesperson at Golden Prairie. There's nothing I can't sell. That's right, absolutely nothing, alright? Since you've talked your way into this far, allow me to teach you a thing or two. With my secret sales techniques, forget selling a few bottles, you'll be selling crates by the dozen. Alright, tell me the story. Why is it you haven't sold a single bottle yet? Hold on, I just realized something. Her backpack, is that... is that a piece of RMA 7024? That's a fun detail. And those might be polyketons as well. Alright, tell me the story. Why isn't you haven't sold a single bottle yet? Sorry, I know how hard it was for you to find free time to teach me, but I can afford a day off. I've built enough of a lead on second place. Gotta leave myself some room for improvement next month. The important thing is, you're my apprentice. How can you be getting stuck like this? Are you really doing things the way I taught you? I did my best to use the words you taught me, but things like the wine is full-bodied with exquisite balance and a lively zing, I don't understand what they mean at all, so how am I supposed to pretend I do when talking to people? And when saying things like our wine comes from a winery with deep historical roots, we just use grapes from our own vineyard. Isn't this misleading? Nono says that we should put ourselves in other people's shoes and be sincere when dealing with them. That way everyone will trust us. It's the only way to get a good deal that everyone's happy with, so I knew it. Listen to me. Your playbook is outdated. You're being sincere, but other people aren't necessarily going to be sincere back. Gullible idiots get swindled and lose everything. Even if they put it all on the line to make some cash, they just burn themselves out. You'll see. When you find yourself in a desperate situation, then you'll look around and see no one ready to lend you a hand. Sincerity means nothing in the face of profit. You can't entrust your survival to anyone else. You need to be smart, or you'll be gobbled up, you hear me? I don't know. The sight of the girl with her head lowered, clutching at her clothes, makes Tosia decide to lighten up a bit. Look. I'm not saying you need to become a swindler yourself, you just need to package it a little nicer, that's all. Package it? Yep, like using a ribbon to tie a pretty bow and putting it in a nice bag. There we go. Look, so much more presentable than before. You might already notice, but there's a huge change coming to the wine racks of Nuova Volsini. Used to be that they'd only stock a few types of wine, but now you can easily find Pinot Noirs from Victoria, Cabernet Sauvignons from Colombia, Sweet Rosés from Bolivar. It's a miracle for sure. But can you see where the issue lies when you lift up your glass? This miracle was born from stringent production criteria and carried all across Terra in cargo containers. They're appropriately priced and stable in quality, but what they lack is soul. Wine isn't meant to lack personality like a fast food burger. Put those dime a dozen industrial goods back on the shelf and look at the premium gold labels Sangiovese in my hand. The products of craftsmanship honed over decades at a local Syracusan winery. A unique flavor with lingering aftertaste. One sip will delight the mind, 2 sips will bring good health.
I'd like one. Will this be enough?
Huh? Why?
Aren't you two selling wine? I'm pressed for time, so give it here quick. How do I look?
You look perfectly fine. Where's the fire, senor?
I found myself needing to meet someone, but it's rather last minute. I didn't expect to be in Nuova Volsini, and in my rush, I wasn't able to prepare a gift. Luckily, I ran into you.
Grazie mille, signorina.
I hope your business goes well.
Senor, wait, damn, he's fast. I was only trying to give you an example. Didn't expect there to be anyone crazy enough to actually buy it. Probably a foreigner, since he didn't recognize the wine. He gave us enough to buy a ton of Verdi. This is great, though. We finally sold our first bottle. How about a high five? Why the long face? Selling something is a victory. Even if it was a misunderstanding, it's his own fault for not studying up. But he did look like he was really in a rush. Must be a really important meeting. Hey kid, if you show up with a bottle of cheap wine in Syracuse, what happens?
You'll be buried 6 feet under.
So that's why we're really sorry. Here's your money back. Please use it for some other gift. This isn't a high quality wine, it's just a bottle of...
Verdi, right? So that's why you two were chasing after me in a panic.
You know it.
How could I not, consider all the years I've drank? I was born in Sorrento, and many years ago I had a falling out with my family. In my anger, I ran off to Colombia. You can laugh all you want, my Syracusan's a little rusty these days.
But if you knew, then why did you...
If I brought a fancy foreign wine as a gift, I'm afraid my papa would slam the door in my face.
The meeting is with your own family.
I didn't know they moved here. I saw them while I was out on the street, nearly didn't recognize them. Well, what once felt like the biggest deal in all of Syracuse now barely feels important at all. All these years, I had no contact at all. At the time, I finally dropped by. My family was not well off, so we had Verdi for dinner. I don't know why my papa never tired of it. I hope that once he sees this bottle, he'll let me in. So there's been no misunderstanding here. A bottle of common, ordinary Verdi, wrapped in with care, appeared in front of me precisely when I needed it. And for that, I'm willing to pay this price. If it still weighs on your conscience, then why not offer me a good luck as a bonus?
Sure, best of luck to you. I never thought I'd see the day I'd chase down a buyer to get my product back. You look chippier. Happy now? When I tell Nono, he's gonna say I made a good deal. Then how about a high five? Yay! No time to rest on your laurels, though. You've only sold one bottle. You can't count on more happy accidents.
So yeah, I was thinking about this earlier when she was talking about the wines and stuff, and like, yeah, I don't remember now what the exact description she was saying, but my thought was some people will want to buy the local product. So even though, like, yeah, you got all these like new foreign wines coming in, some people will want to still buy the local product. And there you go. Someone wanted to still buy the local product. Excuse me, are you Benita? Or Bettina? I don't know why I'm switching them. I am. Who might you be, senor? Finally found you. Miss Bianca says you sell traditional Syracusan red wine. Is that right? I am planning to open a Syracusan restaurant in Victoria. I might consider bringing a few such items back with me. Could you introduce your product?
Oh, you mean... A golden opportunity is knocking, Bettina. Don't just stand there. The important part is putting your marketing skills to good use next. Still, remember what I taught you. Signorina Tosia? Never mind, kid. You graduated. Just forget everything I said. It's better to do things your own way.
Tosia watches the girl and the young man move to the curb, listening
listing out the gains and losses in her head out of habit. A Syracusan restaurant. I mean, even if he's looking for local wine, he'd make more profit if he went for something a couple grades higher than Verdi. Well, it's all about what the buyers think in the end. Just gotta hope he signs a long-term agreement. Though, even if it does, it's still a drop in the bucket. This label isn't going to escape bankruptcy or acquisition that easily. The conversation nearby seems to pause for a moment. The girl turns to Tosia, jumping and waving her hands, a bright smile plastered all over her face. Looks like things are going well. Whatever, as long as she's happy. One week later.
I've spoken with Mr. Roger, and he approves of your idea. He simply has some hesitation about getting involved and is worried about the risks.
No, Russ, the Adeptus Radavillelvi isn't making any big moves right now. But this doesn't mean things will be going the way of the GCC planned. He may be backed by the GCC right now, but we need to make our own preparations. No matter which of these titans lets something slip through its fingers, we shall enjoy a sumptuous feast. We are not the only ones waiting to get a slice of the pie. We simply need to be ready and wait for the perfect wave to carry us aloft. Oh, look who it is! Our shining star of the market finally arrives. Sales tells me you got quite a few local retailers to sign our shelf display agreement, so I thought we should celebrate.
Thanks. It was just like you said, not much resistance when we were talking.
I meant to have this celebratory dinner yesterday, but my secretary told me you were busy with something.
I made friends with a local girl these past few days. She invited me to her home for dinner. Sorry, I know you don't splurge often.
Why apologize? This is great. We're foreigners in Nuova Volsini. Only by understanding the Syracusans can we empty their pockets. It seems my lovely niece has some tricks up her sleeve. You always know exactly why to do things. That's what I like the most about you. Come, Nazrodvi.
I think you misunderstood something. Vujek Jarek. I didn't go to the kid's place to fish for some information. It was just to sing her happy birthday.
Oh, is that so?
The glass filled with first red wine freezes in midair, while the young lady on the other side of the table gives him a smile. Her family is as ordinary as can be. They even brought up all their furniture in from the countryside. Family that's the complete opposite of our Nuova Volsini Vita Nuova. I did manage to get one piece of good news, though. Here, look. Tosia pulls out a soft drink in a glass bottle, resting it in pure white satin tablecloth. Jarek cannot help but laugh.
You're here to eat dinner, you know. Why bring your own drink?
This is the Chinotto I asked about last week. Her family says there are still grocers in the city who sell it. I'm not sure if you remember, but my tata often went to Syracuse for work. Every time he came back, he'd bring me snacks and toys for me. My favorite was this drink, and I'd always beg him to bring more back next time. It would have been way too heavy now that I think about it. Well, you know what happened next? He lost his job. I didn't get to go to get the drink. I didn't get to drink Chinotto anymore, naturally. Tosia pries off the cap, the soft drink in the soft drink in the brown glass bottle, letting out a cheerful hiss. I've always wanted to try it again. I'm starting to think that these old-fashioned things really did disappear. It would be a real shame. Nazrodvi. Vujek Jarek. Tosia lifts up the bottle, knocking it against the wine glass. Honestly, that zero-proof sparkling water from last week, not my cup of tea. No offense.
And she's fired.
Want to take bets now? Like I said, there's a big difference between sparkling water and soda. One's just water, which water is great, but I don't see how it would drive soda out of business. Now we've got a cool looking new character. Witness. Lupina, here is the bill of lading for this order of your winery's grape spice Luzo vino. You can look over the details. Does she run a winery? Why does she have medieval gauntlets? I guess mafia, perhaps.
Let me see. Everything seems to be in order. You're always on top of things.
I'm flattered. Lupina, there's something which is, I'm not sure I should ask in my position.
Why the formality? Go ahead, Zio Elio. We've known each other for so long.
Ever since Kajimersian wine entered the market. Also Zio Elio, so Zio is a title, not a name. Zio Italian, meaning dude. Technically means uncle, but I guess it's more of like a dude than an uncle. Fair enough. You've been running a surplus of grapes at your winery, which has been good for us.
Your prices are reasonable, and it helps us clear inventory. It's a deal that benefits both sides.
Yes, but the amount that you've been offering in this batch.
Is it too much for you?
No, we use all the grapes we can get, but are you leaving any of your own wine production? For your own wine production, even?
You can tell.
Lupina.
Golden Prairie approached us a while back. They offered to buy the Verdi winery, and they made an offer I couldn't refuse. The winery is going under despite our best efforts.
Oh, their Verdi winery.
At least Golden Prairie's shown interest in that our equipment and vineyards are worth something. Thank you for everything, Zio Elio. Saluzzo Vino has always been a good partner to the Verdi winery.
But what about the other guys? David? What about Nicolo? Did he agree?
I'll convince them.
Also, a Lupo being named Lupina would be like a human being named Humana. Just thinking about that. No, Lupina! How could you sell our Verdi winery to the Cajimersians?
Calm down, Niccolo. Let's sit down and talk about this. There's wine and there's food.
What's that?
Our signature wine, Sangiovese. You know it well, don't you?
Yes, I remember this label. Oh, Verdi. Your no-no painted it himself. I was raising the grapes when I first developed this wine. Trimmed them vine by vine myself. The clippers were heavy and unwieldy, especially in winter, when you're out all day in the cold. But it was worth it. These vines are older than all of us put together.
In Cajimersh, they trim their vines with machines so they can go through a whole vineyard in a single day.
It's not the same. Those stupido machines rip the vines apart. It may save time in the short term, but the grapes don't have long to live once they're done with them. I don't know how... They don't know how to trim a grape, trim along the starting over. They don't know how to trim along the grain of the vine, ensuring that the fruits get proper sunlight and develop the right flavor. You kids don't know the old Syracusan craft, and no one wants to learn anymore. The Syracusan wine is unique because every vine is as old as the familia. Caring for grapevines is like caring for family. At least, it was for your no-no.
Niccolo.
Think about it, Lupa. Every grape in Verdi winery is picked from a vine older than your nonno. Workers like us have spent our whole lives picking grapes, carrying barrels, making wine. My son inherited my craft, even my granddaughter selling wine for the winery. Where will we go if the winery is sold?
I'll make sure everyone is taken care of. Your skills won't go to waste.
Aye, would the family we've built here still exist, after the winery is sold and all the workers have gone their separate ways?
To me, it's better to die with dignity now, than to continue to try and scrape by in Nuova Volsini. Give it a decent ending, while the land still has value. Severance will be paid according to our contract terms.
It's not the severance I'm worried about. You were never all that interested in running the winery, but don't you feel anything for this place old Verdi kept running all these years?
Nonno wouldn't want his winery to go bankrupt. It's not as such a bad thing to find a new home for it. This is Nuova Volsini, Niccolo, and it's time we accepted the new order.
The old worker stays silent for a while. Finally, he takes out an invitation from his pocket and puts it on the table.
Oh, what's that?
My granddaughter Betty turns 10 next week. We'll do this by the old rules of Siracusa.
She's 10 already. I'll have to...
I'm leaving.
At a small, unremarkable home in a quiet alley. It is already late when Lupina arrives. A warm light greets her as she opens the door.
I knew I'd find you here.
This is my private bar. You'll always find me here when I'm free. Here, your usual, 1 tramonto, with extra orange juice, less syrup, and 6 cubes of ice.
I thought you'd be busier. Because Immersion's Red Wine Championship is just in a few days, Golden Prairie sent out an invitation to all the local wineries. We're not really in a position to participate, but I suppose you'll be there. It's a marketing opportunity no matter who organizes it.
Yes, it is an opportunity. But I've made the necessary arrangements. I don't need to be there personally for the rest.
You'd prefer to hide here mixing drinks at your leisure?
Just a little hobby of mine. You have your hobbies too, don't you? Would you care to check the drum set over there for me, my dear vintner? She sits down in the drummer's chair and starts banging out a lively rhythm. Her foot stomps steadily on the cymbal pedal, while the movements of the drumsticks in her hands are clean and confident. Oh boy.
Siamo io in guerra, seppellettimi con un fiorino verso la crima di mamma sulla mia tomba come vino.
Which means... why did it turn to German? That's not right. If I die in a war, bury me with a florin and pour my mother's tears over my grave like wine. A song that every Syracusan child knows. You've brought it to Nuova Volsini.
An arrangement, the original is too melancholic for the occasion. The streets are filled with vibrant cashmeres and wine ads. A Syracusan must learn to read the room.
Maybe not all the time.
Elliot told you about our winery.
That's what you're here for. What's your plan?
The Cashmersians are coming to audit the assets tomorrow. I've already signed the letter of intent to sell. There weren't many workers left by the time Papa took over from Nonno. There's no point in carrying on. Traditional winemaking methods are time and labor intensive. The winery was operating at a loss by the time Papa passed it to me.
A shame. But since you've already made your decision, what do you need from me? It's not like you to hesitate.
The remaining workers are all skilled veterans. They'll do well no matter where they go. Saluzzo Vino has dozens of wineries under your label. There must be places that could use a pair of skilled hands. I am not trying to force them on you. I know the familiar's rules. You will be doing me a huge favor, one that I am in no position to repay. Just give them a dance. Check them out and assign them based on your assessments and needs.
Nothing to be nervous about. It's only natural that you'd want to take care of your family. And I do need to hire more hands.
Grazie.
All's well with the workers, but what about you?
Me, I guess I will chase my dreams in music. Frankly, I think I am a much better drummer than I am a vintner.
The feigned nonchalance is accompanied by a series of drum riffs. They echo in this little private bar, never leaving the room.
I can't. I just can't. Who's there? Elio, you're still here? Let me help.
It's so quiet, I can hear the ringing in my ears. This used to be a lively place, now the footsteps and barrels rattling and metal and glass clang against each other and bubbles sizzling like grapes ferment. And now it's all...
There is only silence left. Lupina slowly walks past the warehouse, the cellar, the vat. She knows this may be the last time she makes these checks. Her hand touches the antiquated equipment, the marks of age. The handle of the presser falls off the screw.
No. Is the Kajimers auditors coming soon? How can my equipment break at a time like this? Oh, this stubborn old stuff. Get the screw back. Ought to be just like a light bulb. It has stuck.
Lupina?
David. A good timing. Come, help me fix this thing.
Yeah, the vertical screw is completely stripped. It won't go back on. I was just gonna tell you, I'll do my regular checks when I found a problem with the filtration system's hydraulic cylinder. It's cracked and can't maintain hydraulic pressure.
Lupo, the Kajimers are here. I'm leaning towards that Cherik poisoned Paolo to blame the mafia so that he could get them out of the business and take more of the wine market.
That's a fine classic Villa, Signorina Verdi. The wolf's head on the wine barrels is quite detailed. Even the stone tiles in the cellar are tastefully ornamented.
It was my grandfather who painted them.
Shall we discuss what to do with your family's artwork? Would you like us to remove it intact and return it to you, or include it in the purchase?
Remove it?
Since the paintings on the tiles are the work of your late grandfather, we can arrange for an art preservation expert to remove them for you. Should you wish, I assure you they will not be damaged.
Oh, then yes, please.
An expert's fee will be at your own expense, of course.
I knew it. Fine, I'll pay. And make sure the tiles are removed intact and undamaged.
Shall we proceed to the next item?
Alright.
I mean, honestly, at least they're offering.
Crusher, fermentation tank, pressure. Or presser, not pressure. Thermostat, filtration system. You have all the complements of wine-making equipment.
Yes, it was my grandfather who procured it. They are the most popular models at the time, very durable.
Your grandfather? Well, that was a while ago then.
Still works well, please come and see our crusher. The machine crushes grapes with minimal loss. My grandfather retrofitted it with extra wide rotors, increasing production by...
There seemed to be an issue with the sealing ring on the machine's connector, if I'm not mistaken. Equipment assessment is not my specialty, but I'm under the impression that the sealing ring should not be exposed. And your thermostat, I took a note of the temperature readings on your past it. The temperature seems suboptimal for winemaking.
Well, yes, the equipment may be a little old, but our workers maintain it regularly, and we have all the necessary spare parts on hand. We can get it repaired quickly. It will not affect delivery.
If that's what you're concerned about, there's no need to worry. Your equipment was not included in our initial assessment. Traditional Syracusan equipment is ineffective and incompatible with our production lines. We did not need to keep it to begin with. You may dispose of it as you see fit. This includes the open casks in the warehouse that you showed me. These handmade casks create uncontrolled impurities in the storage process, which are detrimental to the quality control for mass-produced wine.
You don't use oaken casks?
We have replaced traditional casks with steel containers, which have better hermetic properties and are more responsive to temperature control.
It will lose a lot of the flavor. Merda. I sound like my nonna.
That will be a question for our inspector to worry about. I suggest you focus on whether the offer meets your expectations. I assure you that you have nothing to worry about. It is the land on which your winery sits that we are interested in. We will offer a fair price for it. We got a plot of excellent land while you receive a reasonable payment in turn. It's a win-win agreement. I will document the results of the audit. Then our legal representative will contact you to finalize the contract. Please reach out to her if you have any questions.
Would you like to try a sip?
If I recall correctly, we bought out Verdi's winery inventory last month as you were in urgent need of liquidity to make payroll. There will be no need to see me out. Have a nice day, Signorina Verdi.
Does Golden Prairie wine even taste good? Or have they all fooled themselves into believing it actually tastes good? Again, more reason for Cherrick to kill her, since she didn't vote for Golden Prairie. The Kajimerjan leaves the winery with his briefcase, takes on one last glance at the lonely vineyard, and gets back into a black car that has been waiting for him outside. It takes a long while until the sound of the car's engine is long gone for Lupina to come to her senses.
It's over. Nonno's winery is sold just like that.
I thought they would care more about our traditions and equipment.
Niccolo.
The presser and crusher, the thermostat, the filtration system. I was the one who broke them.
I know. I'm not here to blame anyone. You've been here so many times. I doubt you thought breaking a few pieces of equipment would stop the purchase.
I just...
Hope that they would stay.
The pipes, Elio.
He did something else.
I wanted to stop him, but...
I understand your anger. What's done is done. If the auditor didn't find it, there's no reason for us to tell him.
Lupa.
I wasn't much of a businesswoman, but I know how to tell a good guy from a bad one. That drunk papa of mine wasn't ever even born when you started working at the winery with my nonno. You know, he used to measure my height with his pressure. See the lines on the cylinder? It's for the best that it broke. At least it couldn't be sold.
Verdi Winery was my entire life. I watched every new bottle go out the door, saw us weather one storm after another. I thought my granddaughter, or maybe my granddaughter's granddaughter, would get to see the new bottles going out. I didn't think it would end like this.
If continuing the old ways won't protect them, maybe this is for the best. Is there anything else I can do?
My son would like you to come to his daughter's 10th birthday party, with a bottle of wine her age, as is tradition. And take good care of this winery until it really changes hands, mio caro Lupa.
My dear vintner, I could have very much appreciated if you would pay a visit to my private bar. You must help yourself in my collection. He told me to come here, but he's nowhere to be found. People in Syracuse die every day. How's that enough to shut him up at home? And he wants his guests to mix their own drinks. It's been a long time since I've done it. What was it that Nonno said?
Winemaking is a slow and gradual process. The wine begins to gain its unique flavor during fermentation, like a family slowly brought together. Sometimes wines and juices of different flavors are mixed together before being presented for tasting. No, you're too young to drink. Are you listening, Lupa? There's a paintbrush, or that's a paintbrush, not a drumstick. I'm not done painting yet. Yes, you can play with it once I'm done. Look, this is our vineyard. This big wolf head is me, and the small one is you. You want to paint a couple of brushes too? Two drumsticks? My, mio cara Lupa. She sure has her own ideas.
You want to be a musician, the most rhythmic drummer on Terra? Then Nuno's gonna be the best painter on Terra. Haha. No, I'm not angry. See, I'm painting right now on a wine bottle. I'll take you to the cellar when it gets warmer and decorate the walls. I've wanted to do this for a long time. It took years just for the idea to take shape. I want you to both inherit the winery and the freedom to become a musician. Your family should not make you give up your dreams. I guess it comes to this, Nonna. I could even come up with a bottle of from this year. Maybe a bit of music to lift the mood. The drummer walks to the instrument. There is a finely wrapped gift box on the stool on which she has often sat. She lays down her drumsticks, opens the ribbon-wrapped gift box, and finds a bottle of wine within. The label features 2 wolf heads by the grape wines, one large, one small, with 2 drumsticks by the ears of the smaller wolf drawn with childish lines. The label says Verdi 1092. The drummer lays her hand on the bottle gently and puts it back inside the box and takes up the drumsticks. The sound of song begins to echo through the bar. Semo io in guerra, seppellitinmi con un fierino, versa le lacrime di mamma sulla mia tomba con vino. So presumably, if she went to the birthday party, then she must have met Tosia. Some stories are converging there. I assume, though, the birthday is still before the championship. I'm not sure. And next we have Crash. For a long time afterwards, Irene thought back to her hesitation that night every time she drove her truck alone. The sky is completely dark by the time the truck stops at the edge of the court square. She does not turn off the engine. The vibration is transmitted to her wrists via the steering wheel before gradually subsiding. She called Lavinia on her way, saying she has something to discuss. I don't know what to do, Lavinia. Irene mutters in the driver's seat, but she cannot bring herself to finish the sentence. You're the only one I can count on. Is she really the only one? Irene spends a few moments in bitter silent
as raindrops splash her face through a gap in the window. She turns off the engine.
I made more money in one trip than I did in the last 2 weeks combined. The Kazimierzans pay well. You showing off? Make-up payments for this week alone wiped out the whole trip's margin for me. I didn't hear you talking about the heavy fines that Kazimierzans levy. Thanks for helping me pay my share. Now that I've gotten paid, how much do I owe ya? Don't worry about it, brothers help each other out. Right you are, I'll save a portion and do my part the next time someone gets fined. Saving is the right move, Orange Union fuel prices are rising. I was just at the station, and boy did it hurt to watch the numbers go up and up and up. I did run into a bloke from the Auto Pharmacy as the fuel station, and who sent me his discount card. I should bring him back a pack of smokes next time I go by their shop. Really? As long as Irene doesn't catch you hanging out with that wise guy.
Hanging out with who?
No, it's nothing. Ciao, Irene. Haven't seen you in a while. I think I'm going to break your delivery record soon.
Great. As a reward, you get the transportation security paperwork from Agenzia per la Sicurezza dei Trasporti.
Anything but the AST. Anyway, it's time for me to go do my next job. A dopo.
I assume that means see ya. Yep, see ya.
He's right, we haven't seen you in camp for a while. How have you gotten thinner? You gotta take care of your health or Sommer will never forgive us.
Don't change the subject. What were you chatting about?
Nothing really.
Oh, come on. When will you and Sam learn? Where is Sam anyway? I didn't see him anywhere in camp and his schedule's empty for a few days. Where is he?
He's been sick. Fever, vomiting, diarrhea, the whole shebang. Had to go home and lie down for last night's delivery even. Gianni's taking his orders for today. The Kazimierzans dock pay for days off, you know. Better to find a sub if we've got one.
Never mind. I'll get a doctor to look at him.
Did you need him for something?
Irene irritably shakes the object in her hand. It makes a swishing sound. The package is obviously a wine bottle shaped. Never mind the Sluzovino logo displayed prominently on it.
Why did Sluzovino send us a bottle of wine? I would have thought that one of you dropped a delivery in the mailroom if the package didn't have Sam's name on it.
Oh, that's probably a moving gift for Sam's cousin's family.
A moving gift?
When his cousin's family first came to Nuova Volsini, Signor Bellone, Dimitri, helped out. I think he mentioned he'd send a bottle of wine as a moving gift. It's just a little wine, Irene, and it's not for him. Sam quit drinking, you know that.
I know. I'm just wondering how Signor Bellone knew about Sam's cousin. And you, Ruggiero. I was planning to go shopping at your little supermarket a few days ago, only to find that it's become a Saluzzo Vino outlet. Since when have you gotten so friendly with each other?
I rented it to them. Turns out managing a whole supermarket was more trouble than it's worth, and I figured I was better off driving trucks.
Were you in some trouble I don't know about? Something that you couldn't tell me, but you're comfortable telling the Mafia?
It's not like that, Irene.
When will you understand? Small favors are favors too, and all favors have to be repaid someday, with interest.
But they're just helping us right now.
Are they? The Red Wine Championship starts in a few days. Is it not obvious why Saluzzo Vino sent a moving gift right now? It's just a bottle of wine at this point. What about later? Mafia money? The Familia's name? Will you go back to working for them like you used to?
If you're worried about history repeating itself, I promise you it won't have. Besides, under Nuova Valsini's new order, even if you don't trust me, you should trust the mayor and Judge Lavinia.
It's not that I don't trust them, it's just... Never mind. Don't forget what happened at the Carnevale. Avoid dealing with the Familia. You may think they're just ordinary employees and shopkeepers, but everything they do is under the watchful eye of the wise guys.
I know it was traumatic for you, as it was for all of us. But things have changed for the Saluzzos. Venezia Jr. is gone, it's a new era of leadership.
Ruggiero is interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing.
Irene says nothing. She shakes her head and turns around to leave. I wonder how long it's been. They're still living in a campsite. So I don't... Maybe they're not officially government workers yet. Or maybe the government just kind of sucks, actually. Possible. Ruggiero hears an urgent voice as soon as he picks up the phone.
Ruggiero, I can't reach Sam. What do I do? Come to the vehicle checkpoint at Dock 2. The Kajimirjans say they're slapping on an extra fine, and I just can't get them to listen to me.
What? Seeing Ruggiero's anxiety, Irene gestures for him to pass the terminal.
It's me. What's going on?
Irene, oh, I'm so glad you're there. Sam's been running a fever, so I swapped shifts with him. This run just happened to be on the same way to my order, but the Kajimirjans changed the delivery destination at the last minute and I didn't make it in time. I tried to explain, but this Kajimirjan doesn't seem to understand what I'm saying. He keeps saying I broke the contract and he's demanding I pay a fine. Please hurry, Irene. The print on the contract is tiny and thick, and I can't make a sense of it.
I'm on my way.
Kajimirjans are really inserting themselves into the city's business, it seems.
Surely you can make an accommodation. It was your side that changed the delivery address at the last minute. Why should the driver pay a penalty?
Commissioner, all orders are logged in our system, and our adjustments are made according to the published schedule. Drivers bear responsibility for any shift changes they make themselves.
But
the contract makes it clear. Exceptions compromise our ability to enforce our contracts in the future. Continuing this argument does neither of us any good. If the driver doesn't leave now, based on the road conditions and the published schedule, you may be held in substantive breach of the contract, resulting in a fine equal to 15% of the order. It'll also be your 7th penalty of the month. Therefore, the windows for any subsequent orders will be tightened accordingly.
Irene can't recall what she saw in the forced smile that Gianni offered her. Was it regret or apology? Gianni departed promptly upon hearing the foreign businessman's kind words, but Irene could intervene, or before Irene could intervene, muttering a few words of self-encouragement to himself. I can't just let this go like this, thought Irene.
Back already, Irene? How did things go with Gianni?
Did we keep a copy of the Kashmirian contracts at the camp? Bring it to me.
What's going on?
The terms. Something's not right. There are certain parts that don't seem reasonable. We need to talk it over with their people.
Gianni's trouble hasn't been resolved, has it?
No. But I'll take care of it.
I knew it. Other drivers have tried to talk to the Kashmirs and informally, as far as the outcome, I think you can guess. We were talking about how to handle Gianni's fines while you were away. His wife just gave birth to twins, and the folks at home are not in their best health. Thankfully, damn it.
Virgil stops in mid-sentence. Irene asks no more. Perhaps she's afraid that she might ask how the mob boss learned about the issue facing Gianni's family, while she herself has only just heard of them moments ago. She feels like she has spent too long in her office, so long that she can barely recognize her family anymore, same as it was 2 years ago. Has it been 2 years? Is that the hint there?
Get the contract. I'll be fine. I'll find a way to deal with it. The AST drivers do not rely on the kindness of strangers, especially those looking to hide their traps.
The lighting at the Kashmirian Chamber of Commerce's reception room is warmer than the Agenzia per la Sicurezza dei Trasporti's office, a thick rug thoroughly muffling the sound of any footsteps. The water and documents on the table are placed such that one cannot tell if this is a table of a formal negotiation or simply a courtesy discussion. The Kashmirian representative arrives a little earlier than appointed and is looking at the documents when Irene arrives. He sets the papers down and stands to greet her. Irene sits without engaging in small talk.
I wish to make certain adjustments to the cooperation between Agenzia per la Sicurezza, not Siracusa, it's Sicurezza, dei Trasporti and the Kashmirian Chamber of Commerce. The drivers are not machines. They are doing their best to cooperate. While it's true they must sometimes be held responsible for breaches of contract, many more are attributable to the disconnect between contract terms and reality. Too many of these terms are unreasonable.
Irene takes out a stack of contracts and pushes them forward. The edges are frayed from excessive flipping and the pages are heavily labeled.
On their own, the individual terms do not seem unreasonable. Taken together, however, and they serve to put all the pressure on the lowest rung of the ladder.
The Kashmirian representative flips to the contract, reading it carefully, staying on one page for minutes, seemingly to confirm the detailed wording. After some time, he finally puts it away.
I understand your concerns. Indeed, we have also noted the recent freight disruptions. However, the terms of the contract are clear and you had the opportunity to review them before you signed it.
Yes, because none of us realized that they would be relevant at the same time so often.
The rules themselves are not contradictory, it's just that the current operating conditions are tighter than expected. What is your request then, Commissioner?
I would like more flexibility when dealing with edge cases, at least for the time being. Some space in implementation is nothing else. I think it would be conducive to better cooperation in the future.
The Kashmirian representative is silent for a moment. Irene has a feeling that the silence is not a hesitation, but an assessment of whether the statement calls for the dignity of her response.
A fleeting feeling, nothing more. Marking every single little adjustment would be a considerable burden on the management moving forward. However, we could, shall we say, set the recent records aside for the time being.
What do you mean, set aside?
They will not be referenced at the current stage, at least not until the scheduling cycle is over.
What about penalty records of individual drivers?
They will not be scrutinized individually. At the current stage, you may focus your time and energy to ensuring smooth overall operation. Small problems will not be examined so closely when the big picture is secure. We too would prefer that our partners are able to work without pressure. We recognize, of course, that recent circumstances are exceptional. We appreciate your contributions in dealing with the increased workload associated with the upcoming Red Wine Championship.
Yes, the AST has committed virtually all of our capacity to the Red Wine Championship's orders. I appreciate your Kashimerian partner's understanding of our driver's circumstances.
How big is this championship? Apparently it's way bigger than I thought it was.
For better cooperation in the future, yes?
I will adjust our schedules and review the conditions of our drivers. I recognize that doing business with you has been very beneficial for our members.
Irene stands up and shakes hands with their counterpart. The hand held in hers is firm, without applying excessive force, and the expression on the man's face remains polite, exactly as it was when Irene entered the room.
We will review the next steps once things have settled down a bit.
Irene nods. Irene even feels a slight spring in her step as she leaves the room, carrying the contract. She did not cede the ground. The feeling helps ease the anxiety that she felt before she came, but also causes a pang of regret. If only she had come sooner to advocate for the drivers, if only she had checked the contract more carefully. Though everything is resolved now, at least there is room to negotiate. Irene spends the next day tallying the violations on all the drivers. The Agenzia per la Sicurezza dei Trasporti's budget, even her own savings. Later, she goes back to the camp to tell the others not to worry about the fines. Everything is getting better, just like the sunny weather that has graced Nuova Vilsini recently. Thanks, Irena. Sam is already feeling better by the time he leaves the pharmacy. In terms of his wallet, at least. He has been off for 3 days, his fever has subsided, and he feels ready to go back to work. Can't have the others snubbing in for me all the time. I should figure out my schedule tomorrow, then hit the ground running. Who's calling at this hour? Hello? Oh, Tomosa from Saluzzo Vino. Thanks for the flu and fever pills you gave me the other day. They worked great. I was just looking for them in the pharmacy to keep them on hand for the next time I get a fever. Oh, you're too kind. You said the order wasn't urgent, but I didn't want to hold up your business any longer, so I took it upon myself to deliver it. I didn't expect to see medicine boxes within the pay. You weren't there when I picked it up, but I guess it was you who put the meds in there. You Saluzzos are too kind. Oh, sorry, Bellones. Of course, you Bellones are too kind. So, what do you need from me at a time like this? Your boss forgot to add a few crates to delivery, and no one's available? And you need it for tomorrow's championship? Well, you can't have that. I'm just a block away from your winery. I'll get it. Should only take a few minutes on my bike. Don't worry about a fee. Neighbors help each other out after all. If you insist. Oh, alright. Have it your way. We can talk about it after I deliver the wine. Oh, they're all just getting so easily played by the Mafia. Yeah, I guess even the big companies slip up every once in a while. Good thing Tomoso found me. How did he even get my number anyway? Did I ever tell him? Never mind, it's not important. What is important is that Nuova Vilsini's wine wins the championship.
The Kaji merchants make good wine. Couldn't possibly be as good as the Syracusan stuff at any rate. 2 more stops till I get to the venue. Where'd that truck come from? Phew. That driver scared the shit out of me. The way he swerved, good thing the wine's okay. Must have dozed off and missed the red light, I guess. Yikes, the whole truck's flipped over. I hope the driver's okay. I should call the police. Gianni, is that you? Somebody help, my fratello's hurt. Hey you, Tomosa, you're here too. Help me get him out from under the wreck. I'll call an ambulance.
Crazy that the previous event also had a truck accident. And technically, actually, the first Syracusan event also had a truck accident, technically. Although that was Lapland driving a truck into a courtroom. A lot of truck accidents in Syracusa.
Hello, there's been a crash. The driver's out cold. I need an ambulance right now. So Tomosa told me their boss will pay for Gianni's medical bills and take the truckload of wine. I said Gianni might have crashed if they didn't ask me to make the delivery. And the Kajimir's stuff wouldn't have spilled. And then what? Nothing. That's all Tomosa told me. It's just an act of kindness that I made. Tomosa says the owner of Saluzzo Vino is very troubled about Gianni. That he never expected such a terrible accident. Besides, Gianni's in hospital and he needs the money. You were at the Kajimir's space for a while. What are they saying? Do we need to pay compensation for the goods, or is it Saluzzo Vino's responsibility? The Kajimirjan said they can write off the goods.
Irene stops mid-sentence. She feels a lump in her throat. Her gaze falls upon the truck sitting on the edge of the camp. It has not been repaired yet, and the broken glass inside the truck gleams in the sunlight.
The way they put it, they agree to not pursue individual liability for the incident.
It takes a few moments for Sam to process the weight of the message, whereupon he visibly lets out a sigh of relief.
What about Gianni?
No personal restitution. He'll be treated as a failed contract. They'll write off the loss of goods. Nice words they used, sharing risks and treating partners fairly.
That's great. Honestly, I don't think Gianni could have handled paying restitution. He's got way too much on his plate already. He's been taking so many jobs lately, the fatigue must have gone to him.
Anyway, tell the friend who asked you to run the errand that we don't need their help. The AST's insurance will pay part of Gianni's medical bills and I'll deal with the rest.
Sure, alright, the boy's been talking about chipping in for the bills anyway. I'll do my part too. Oh, Tomosa, right, I'll give him a call now.
Oh, come on.
I thought the Kajamerzans will let us go so easily. You told us about their nice words, but what about the not-so-nice ones?
They made it very clear that this was an exception that they only agreed to based on our current partnership.
What do you mean?
It means that they want us to be more proactive in working within their system, such as future schedules, routes, and other things that we need to decide on our own. As for penalty records, they said they'll assess them in aggregate. Bunch of officialese for internal reference only, not direct fines.
That's what they said before, too.
Formal renegotiations with the Kajimirjans regarding the specifics will take place after the championship. We won't let them put unreasonable terms into the contracts this time. Anyway, that's all about the truckload of wine. Don't ask questions and don't think too much about it. It's all in the past now.
Irene.
I know what you're trying to say. I don't need it, and we don't need it. It's all done. Don't worry. I'll find a way. Things will get better for the drivers at the AST. for the truckers' union.
Yeah, AST is the new term, so I think they are actually, like, that's the new government form, but they're still living in a camp, I guess. Or maybe they're not living there, but they just have a camp set up at their truck yard, I guess. Maybe they weren't living there last time either. Maybe that was just their camp for hanging out. I never really thought about it much. For a long time afterwards, what Irene recalls most vividly about those two negotiations is not anything that her counterpart said, but the strange confidence that she had. She believed that things would solve themselves if they were put out in the open, as long as rules and boundaries were upheld, even without having to rely on those forces that she was loath to involve.
Not now. I don't have time for you.
Irene impatiently waves away the Lupo delivery man behind her and turns to face the smartly dressed Caranta. She is anxious, yet helpless, unsure what to do with her raised hand.
But we can't possibly pay such an amount. And what do you mean you'll end our partnership if we don't accept? Didn't we say the other day?
Our representative that day was based on the circumstances before that day.
Our agreement, even.
Our demands today are based on the changes that will occur after today.
His tone was calm and passive, as though he was simply stating an indisputable fact, and was kind enough to explain it again for Irene's sake.
We will not intervene with the assignment of responsibility for the traffic accident. Nor do we intend to influence the judgment of relative authorities. But the destruction of the goods is at the outcome, and nothing changes that. Not to mention the poisoning.
Okay, so now we're after it, okay.
As fate would have it, it was supposed to be our wine that the conductor in question last sampled, yet Lupo claims that he asked someone to deliver it. And the vehicle that delivered the samples under suspicion happened to be the one that caused the accident involving the truck delivering our wine.
The AST's drivers have nothing to do with the poisoning.
Of course, I fully believe that. At least I do from a traffic perspective.
Traffic perspective?
Regardless of whether the rider violated traffic laws, his actions objectively impacted the non-delivery of our goods. He created a high-risk environment at a critical juncture, and the result of which was the contract was not fulfilled according to the agreement.
So you're going after someone who did not commit any actual violations.
Going after is such a strong phrase. I said nothing of the sort. We are simply assessing the associated liabilities in accordance with the law.
The Caranta pauses and continues.
The portions of damages that the insurance does not cover must, of course, be borne by the liable parties. Business is business, Commissioner Arena. I beg your understanding.
Business? This is highway robbery.
We regret that you see it as such. I assure you our company is most disappointed in this turn of events. Meanwhile, we invite any interested drivers to pick up a pamphlet in hopes of future cooperation. We continue to welcome rational choices.
Wait, Arena, say something. There's no way I can deal with what's on this piece of paper myself. Guess I'll have to go to...
No.
Then what do you suggest I do? If you didn't sign that partnership agreement with these foreigners, that cash would never have happened, or crash. And Gianni wouldn't be lying in a hospital bed right now. I know you just want to help us make money, but those Kajimerjans are going to sue me. I've never even seen that much money in my entire life. How am I able to pay it? You said that regulations would protect the truckers' union. Oh, the AST's drivers were once we were a part of the municipal system. I shouldn't have to deal with this on my own, right?
I know. I'll find a way.
Well, either you do that or I go to talk with the Bellone associate behind you.
Irene reflexively opens her mouth to say no, as she had done so many times whenever this subject is broached, but no words come out. She sees a few drivers standing around the Caranta in the distance, the same typical smile plastered over his face as always. The man stands there, patiently holding a pamphlet, sometimes nodding and sometimes replying softly, looking more like a counselor listening to someone's troubles than a salesman trying to advertise something. The drivers listen to the Karanta's explanations with perplexed expressions on their faces, while casting subtle, searching glances at Irene. Don't worry, I'll find a way, I will. So Tommaso was at the accident, though. Like, I'm wondering if he caused it or something. Because why was he there? That makes it seem like maybe it wasn't Chedek, though, who did the poisoning. If that's even related, I don't know. It has been a long time since Irene last drove a truck to work. It has been a long time since she drove a truck on the new city's roads. Parking spaces are always at a premium at the city hall, where the Agenzia per la Sicurezza dei Trasporti's offices are located. Visitors from local businesses, guests from foreign trade associations, drivers of the AST, colleagues from other departments, vehicles of all shapes and sizes come and go. There is no space for a truck. In the afternoon, when Irene is driving her truck out of the camp, she overhears the other drivers discussing the pamphlets that the Kajimerjan representative brought, some with excitement, others with suspicion. They talk about the number of fines this quarter, the profits of each job, and their children potentially getting to work for the winery, a pharmacy, or a vehicle factory. The pamphlets paint a picturesque future, not so different from what she saw when she chose the foreigners in order to reject the Familia. But she knows that they also represent other things. Irene continues to drive for a long time. As the color of dusk fills the sky, she dials a certain number on her terminal. Lavinia, it's me, Irene. I'm coming over to the courthouse right now. I need to talk to you. It's important. Two more. Thought there'd be three more. We could probably just finish this off. Unheard sound.
What wonderful Latin. It compliments your emerald eyes. Oh, how lucky I am to have a girl with such beautiful eyes. You talk like I'm about to go on stage, Paula. But yeah, you sure are lucky to have a daughter who can handle both performance and paperwork so brilliantly. Huh. Yes, yes. Oh, my good daughter. I trust you'll handle tomorrow's meeting with the new shopping mall on the corner. I have a few new pieces brewing in my mind, and I like to put them on paper after the Red Wine Championship. Of course, Paula, leave it to me. You should head to the stage now. Your performance is about to begin. Everyone will know of the Schwarzervorrang Orchestra after today's performance. I'm sure you'll be busy. A stage light peeks through the gap between the backstage curtains, outlining the Capernet's horns as she raises her baton. She saw only a silhouette. Under the slanted ceiling lamps, the reflections of the drinking glass faded and reappeared as the figure moved. LaSalle wanted to approach the figure. Perhaps they were lost and in need of directions. But she only took one step before the other turned in response and quickly moved past the shelves. As the two brushed shoulders, the light revealed towering horns atop a black hood. Unless, of course, a Lightonian actually poisoned it, and it's actually a third party involved. Which is probably what we're about to find out. Horns. A Capernet's horns. I'm sorry. The blinding stage lights shine down on the floor where Paula fell, and the spilled wine pooling glaringly like fresh blood. Her mother's lips, which were smiling and praising her, are now dyed a shade of ominous red wine. The bright lights causing Liesel's vision to blur, yet Paula's lifeless eyes to fail to capture any of it. Paula? Mama? Liesel. Huh?
I was just saying, we'll handle the partnership and payment according to the contract. I'm sure you understand.
Sorry. I was distracted.
No worries. I understand you're trying to keep the orchestra together after such a huge blow. It must be difficult. Again, I am so sorry for what happened to Frau Paula. This city has lost a beautiful and talented artist. I myself am grieving the tremendous loss. I can't imagine how her adopted daughter must feel.
I appreciate your sympathy.
I hope you bounce back quickly. I prepared some condolence gifts for your group. You can share them later.
You shouldn't have. We are honored to simply be working with you. So about the performance fee.
Don't worry about it. We won't claw back the deposit. But as I was about to say, we have decided not to continue our cooperation. I hope your group can find solace and weather this difficult time.
Wait, you're not renewing the contract?
Yes, without a dazzling pearl like Frau Paula, your orchestra has lost its backbone. I fear the standard of your performance will not return to its original level anytime soon. After all, we are a business, not a charity. So sorry. Was that too blunt of me?
Then what about the performances scheduled for the next 2 days?
Cancelled, of course. The original plan was to let our guests enjoy music, accompanying their wine tasting, but now City Hall has closed the theater for an investigation of this incident, so there's no way to continue the competition. I'm suffering a terrible loss too, you know.
Then what about the fees for the previous performances? Our championship warm-up performances were perfectly fine, popular even.
Our contract clearly states, in the event that forces majeure leads to the termination or cancellation of a performance, the client is not obliged to pay the corresponding fee. In other words, we pay the balance only after all the performances have been properly performed. Perhaps your grief caused you to forget this clause.
No, that's not it.
No one wanted for this to happen. It's a terrible loss for us as well. So I hope you and your orchestra can emphasize. If there's anything else we can help you with, just let us know and we'll try our best to assist.
I understand. If you ever need our services in the future, just let me know.
Of course, of course. But I must ask, will your group be alright performing without Frau Paula?
LaSalle, you're finally back.
Timpani pulls LaSalle onto the sofa in the middle of the rehearsal room, then sits down next to her, awkwardly patting her shoulder. His back is straight, but his bloodshot eyes betray his effort to remain chipper.
Man, that Cherek's a stubborn one. Didn't think he'd insist on discussing the contract with you just because your mother's signature was on it. We already told him to come to us. You've just suffered a tragic loss. How could he talk to business with you right now?
Bassoon? Timpani? These people's names are just instruments?
Are they Tempest Platoon?
Right, he has no clue how close you two were. You know, we can tell at a glance how long you spent sobbing last night. Trombone? Just stay put here, Lisel. Enough worrying over the past 2 days. Let us old-timers handle the rest. Just look at your hands, all wrinkly and callous from doing the cleaning and chores all by yourself just to save money.
No, I'm fine. Actually, I'd rather you all not worry yourselves over this. Just concentrate on rehearsal.
Right, so
what did he say about our future performances? Same as usual, or are we doing something new?
But Paula didn't finish her new piece. About that, our future performances are all cancelled. Cherek says we only get the balance payment for all the performances are done, but now.
What? That Verdant Cashmere and Shice girl?
Hey, Timpani.
Trombone stops Timpani from continuing his onslaught of expletives with a tiny pinch, and gestures with her eyes for him to show some consideration to the girl on the sofa. Sorry, Lucille. I wasn't mad at you, don't worry. Damn it, that Cherek. Bullying a girl, has he no heart? Championship ended just a while ago. You haven't even had a chance to recover and he lays this on you.
LaSalle, you should go to bed. You haven't gotten a wink of sleep since yesterday. I left a cup of hot system milk in your room, so have some, alright? Oh no, it might be cold by now. Why don't I go warm it up for you? Lyselle opens her mouth to answer, but nothing comes out as she notices everyone's red eyes and tired expressions. She manages nothing, and ultimately shakes her head weakly, refusing Trombone's offer as she gets up to leave. In the hallway outside the room, she leans against the wall, listening to the vague murmurs from inside. What do we do now? Paola's gone, and so is our performance fee. We were counting on this championship to get our name out there and secure new gigs, but now it's going to be nearly impossible. We need cash to rent our rehearsal space. Instrument maintenance and food isn't free either. Paola didn't have much saved. She shared whatever she had with us.
Let's pool what we have, and I think we can manage another 10 to 15 days or so.
But who will conduct us now that Paola's gone? How are we going to perform without her?
How did she even... That Bellone Lupo. Why did he hurt our Paola? It just makes no sense. What does this mafia have to do with us?
Maybe they thought she was in someone's way. Or did we break one of their rules by taking gigs here?
Who knows? Syracusan gangsters are a ruthless bunch.
City Hall says investigations are ongoing, but who knows if they'll actually go anywhere.
What can we even hope for? This city is still Syracuse after all. I think they're just pretending to exercise the law. Personally, I think we should never forget what the Bellones did to Paola. If I ever see one of their mobsters, my fist is going straight in their jaw.
Don't be rash. If they could murder Paola just like that, I'm sure they could end our lives just as easily. If we all came from Litania, could it be they're after Litanians? Surely not. If that's not it, I don't know what else to explain it. Why would they go after a woman as great as Paola?
I've had enough of the Syracusan mafia. Why not we just leave for Victoria or somewhere even further? How's Columbia sound? We might have to quit playing, but we can do odd jobs or whatever to feed ourselves, just like we did before we met Paola.
We should take Leslie with us. Or Lyselle, not Leslie.
Of course, even if I earn only enough for a bowl of macaroni. About half of it's going to the girl. She will not starve on my watch.
Lyselle does not manage to make out what the rest say in response, nor does she have the will to listen further. She only feels her head is spinning, her eyes stinging, her entire body heavy like lead. She only wants to fall into Paola's embrace. Creak. Leslie does not return to her own bed, and instead opens the door to Paola's room. Paola forgot to shut the window tight on the day of the championship, and the rain from last night had soaked the nearby stacks of music sheets. Even a day later, the paper remains wrinkled.
You forgot to close the window again, huh? Even though I remind her every night. Honestly, everything else might as well be dust when she dove into her music. Paola.
Crying. The tears she tried her best to hold back for the sake of the meeting with the Kazimierzian businessmen, and the orchestra now burst forth once more. Lyselle gathers the sheets by the window, trying to smooth out the wrinkles on the paper, but even her fingers appeared to her as blurry as the notes soaked by the rain. She knows how dreadful and silly it must look. If Paola saw her like this, she'd join in the crying too. Paola had been accompanying Lyselle to her parents' graves when they overheard a lady performing a foreign melody nearby, and she cried the same way Lyselle is crying now. The trombone player was startled by the red eyes Paola, but later became part of the family just like the bassoon and even timpani. Paula had been standing on the pier when she discovered Timpani driving piles into the ground with a steel drill. "You have a good sense of rhythm," she said, "so why not join my orchestra as a timpani player?" Michelle asked Paula before why someone as talented as her would leave Laetania. Paula only tilted her head in response. She didn't understand herself. Why didn't her countrymen understand that she only wanted to perform the pieces she liked? Why couldn't they accept even that? These scores were her favorite. The paint on this metronome's flaking off. She must have brought it from Laetania. And these earrings were all... Oh yeah, okay. So this earring was all the way in the back of the drawer. Paula was so sad when she thought she lost it. This costume has been altered so many times and still not finished. She said she'd wear it for the performance in 2 days. Estelle gently picks up the crimson dress, her fingers tracing the gold thread on the neckline. The fabric is somewhat old, with dye fading as it fraying edges, but the elaborate embroidery work is as brilliant as ever. Next to the dress hanger is a staff, standing in silence. Her staff. You'd have so much to teach me about arts, so why did someone have to do that to you? The streetlights outside the window flicker to life. The passing headlights flash in and out of her vision, blurred by her overflowing tears. Light, a flash of light. A flash of light reflected off the drinking glass. Lisselle's fingers freeze. A blurry fragment surges forth from her memories like ice on a lake suddenly cracking from all the suppressed water. The slender, hooded figure half hidden behind a staff. The spotlight shining down and illuminating the glass in his hand. Towering horns under the light. That's the man I thought was lost in the cellar. But he's a Caprone. That's no Bellone. And no Lupo either. There's no way. What's going on? Like Trombone says, we have nothing to do with the Mafia. Could it be Bellone really has nothing to do with this? Or maybe he's not the murderer? Then why a Caprone? Estelle looks up, her gaze fixed on the photo on the headboard of Paula's bed. A formal group photo of the Schwarzervorhang Orchestra after a performance. Other than a few Alafia and the other members, numbering a dozen or so, are all Caprone. Once she joked to Paula, asking if she intended to recruit every Laetanian in Syracuse into the group, and Paula laughed, saying it would be wonderful. What about that person? What if that person was no stranger, but one of our players in disguise? Interesting. No way. How could I suspect one of our own? But I have to find the killer. I have to know who killed Paula. Paula, when you were teaching me arts, you said telling the truth can sometimes hurt, but it's like a flame, warm and powerful.
He always told me to never lie and to do the right thing. But what if doing it would scorch our family?
Liselle bites her lip, trying to stop herself from voicing her thoughts, but they only remain stuck in her head. The exhaustion, shocks, pain, and fear from the past few days have squeezed her into a tiny ball primed to blow. Her tears no longer flow, she only feels cold. Just a few more days until the murderer's been sentenced, and we'll bring Liselle with us and leave this place. Tch. What's wrong? You see that luxury hotel over there? Bellone businesses wherever we go. I mean the priciest place, the one that's impossible to book, is theirs too? Scheisse. They sure are racking in cash. Rich men like them probably can't buy themselves an acquittal, right? Probably can. Gotta do every verdammt thing myself, just you wait, I'll stab him a couple of times someday. Enough. Did you forget what Trombone said? Besides, with that lame leg of yours, the cops would catch you right after you got your fist stabbed in. Or right after you got your first stab in. And then you'd just break Liselle's heart again. Right. Can't let her suffer anymore. No, I still can't just let it be. Fine. Why don't we go outside and spit on the ground? Let's go. No, that won't blow off enough steam. I need to get a good punch in or two. You're the most stubborn man in this orchestra. Fine. I'll come along.
Why, Timpani and Bassoon have been detained for getting into a conflict at a Bellone property. No, I'm not Paula. No, nothing. Yes, I'm Liselle Miminger. The phone number is correct. All right, I'll come at once.
She has barely managed to drift off when a shrill ringtone interrupts her sleep. Liselle cannot decide if the caller's description of what happened or the resulting scene taking shape in her imagination is more devastating. Her heart pounds violently as she puts on a coat before heading outside. Perhaps because it is late at night, or maybe because of murder just happened. She fails to find a cab for hire. In a moment of desperation, she starts sprinting towards the nearest police station. The night wind whispers to her like background noise leaking from an old stage. Liselle runs as fast as she can, even though her foggy thoughts only get noisier the more she tries to calm herself down.
Did they actually go looking for Bellone associates? Did someone make a move? Did they do something for me or for Paula?
The wind stings her eyes, but she runs even faster, her balance nearly slipping. Personally, I think we should never forget what the Bellones did to Paola. Or Paola? Paola.
No, there's no way.
If I ever see one of their mobsters, my fist is going straight to their jaw.
Timpani, Bassoon. No. They wouldn't do such things.
Liselle gasps for breath like a bellows about to burst. The night wind slips into her arms, sending her into shivers. She notices a few passers-by ahead looking at her as if they have spotted a lunatic. She does not care, all she thinks is to go faster. But the closer she gets to the police station, the more the grayish-white buildings seem to slowly press down on her like a huge, unfeeling stage curtain. Liselle slows down. She stands on the street corner and spots an officer smoking outside at the gate in front of the lit-up station entrance. For a second, she seems to want to run and turn and run.
Did they do this thinking they had no other choice because I'm so useless? What if they actually did something? What if one of them is the real culprit? What if I find the truth and it's an answer the orchestra or I can't bear to hear? She hates herself for doubting them. She hates how her first reaction upon hearing Familia Bellone and detained was not to defend them, but to freeze as she recalled those towering horns. What should I do? Paola. Daughter of mine, our orchestra wouldn't be what it is today without you. I'm so thankful. Yes, I'll always be with you, and the rest of the orchestra needs you too. Lisel, my girl, my pride and joy. Someday you will stand on the stage in my stead. No, not just for me. It has never been for me. One day you will become the best conductor in Nuova Volsini. No, all of Siracusa. The winds seem to have stopped. Lisel slowly but surely drags her heavy feet into the building. So you're saying Timpani didn't hit you and... struck these two Colombian businessmen instead? What?
Ugh. Yeah, that's right. Well, I got hit too, actually. But hey, old man, you got a bum leg. Put your arms pack a punch. Damn straight, I'm a first-rate percussionist. You bet I'm good at hitting things. If only that Colombian fat ass didn't trip and eat your second jab, huh? So here's the situation. We got a call about 4 troublemakers on the street, and then it turned into a fight between 6. After some questioning, we determined these 2 Colombian gentlemen in the Bellone Outdoor Hotel were fighting with with the hotel staff. The staff asked the Colombian men to step outside, but once they were on the streets, the businessmen suddenly became violent. Meanwhile, these 2 members of the Schwarzerhang orchestra tried to mediate the fight, but ended up involving themselves in the scuffle. Yeah, it's all that Fatso's fault. He's drunk and was harassing our receptionist.
Harassing? Not at all. I was just paying guests in a hotel when suddenly I took a hit, mark my words. I'm not done with you just yet.
Haven't had enough? You were the one who stumbled into the lobby drunk yelling, "Why should I line up? Give me the biggest, most mafia-style room." Mafia-style? What were you getting at throwing words like that around a legitimate business establishment? You scared off the guests who were trying to check in. You're acting like that's no big deal? Exactly. Even from the entrance, we clearly saw how you scared the receptionist to tears. Hey, zip it. Bassoon pinches Timpani hard, who yelps and looks up to see Lisel's ashen expression. Sorry, Lisel. You shouldn't have been called out here at this hour. All of us have listed you as our emergency contact. Paula told us to do so, so... It's my fault. I should have stopped him. Lisel, say something. The silence is scaring me. So the 2 of you helped someone who didn't need your help in the first place. Well, that seems to be the case, yeah. Lisel is rendered speechless as she looks at both pairs of Bellone mobsters and Columbia businessmen. In the middle, Timpani and Bassoon are huddled in fear, like foul beasts caught in the rain, their pitiful gazes aimed at Lascelles. When was it? When was the last time I saw something so absurd? At the pier, faced with Paola's invitation, Timpani shook his head in confusion and ignored the two to resume his hammering. With his rhythmic hammering in the background, Lascelles saw Paola suddenly straighten herself and her collar. Foreman, sir, I'd like to resign on this gentleman's behalf. From today onwards, he will no longer be able to hammer for you, for he shall join me in exploring the beautiful possibilities in the world of music. Now then, arrivederci, my good foreman. Oh. What? Resign? Goodbye? Who said he could go? Well, he can't. Of course not. It's day labor. He's not even done yet, and you want to take him away? It'll slow us down. Oh, I see. Is this enough then? Go hire some other. Go find another master artisan like Timpani here, and you won't fall behind schedule. But the foreman was clearly shocked by Paola's actions. Her words stunned Timpani. Behind Paola was Lascelles, tugging on her mother's sleeve with an expression both of amusement and annoyment. Paola, that's supposed to feed us for a week. Really? Everyone stared awkwardly still for a moment before the foreman quickly grabbed the florin from her, as if afraid she'd change her mind. Hey, you over there, go find another work for me. The foreman turned to yell and left the trio, depriving Timpani of a chance to respond. No. I'm sorry, Lascelles. Maybe you should manage the money from now on. And now, we three will busk on the streets. I'm sure we can earn back enough for tonight's dinner. The fiery sunset clouds from that day came back to life inside Lascelles' mind. I keep wanting to say Leslie or Lisa, but nope. Lascelles' mind. The dumbfounded Timpani, the satisfied and smiling Paola, and her resigned self shaking her head were all bathed in a warm sunlit glow in the shade of a beautiful future. Our whole family's so silly. Paola, Timpani, bassoon, trombone, everyone. And even me, I'm the biggest fool of us all. How could I have suspected my own family? There's no way anyone could do anything like that. It's alright, Leslie. It's alright, Lascelles. I did what I did and I'll pay the price, so don't worry your little head over this. It's just a few days behind bars, probably. I'm used to skipping meals. Are they not going to feed you? Can you start a beat, Timpani? Any rhythm is fine, like, just one you like. What? Timpani's bold declaration to pay the price for his actions is interrupted by Lascelles' sudden request. He exchanges a glance with Bassoon, and even meets eyes with the Bellone mobsters and Colombian businessmen. But the undeniable authority in her voice sends Timpani's hands involuntarily tapping on a metal bar. With his rhythmic tapping in the background, Lascelles straightens her back as well as her collar, looking toward the Colombian businessman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lascelles, the leader of the Schwarzervorhang Orchestra. That word is hard. We have the finest orchestra in all of Nuova Volsini, which I'm sure you can tell from the excellent live performance by my timpani player, yes? I should also mention we have a wonderful bassoon player in our midst, but I regret we do not have the equipment to offer demonstration right now. Alright. Now that the introductions are out of the way, firstly,
I would like to express my sincerest apologies for today's incident. I cannot make decisions on their behalf, but I will take responsibility for my group. It is an undeniable fact. One of my men hit you, and I am deeply sorry for it. You are a businessman from a faraway Colombia, yes? The high-end Piazza Parasota. You've invested in this, about to open in the city. I think you chose the city for a good reason. Its potential, order, and future cultural atmosphere. Now, I'm not trying to excuse this unfortunate misunderstanding between your party and mine, but I'd like to offer something valuable in exchange for your forgiveness, a performance. We, the Schwarzwurzelhong Orchestra, will provide a free and exclusive performance for the Piazza Parasota's opening ceremony.
Exclusive, you say?
Yes, give us a time and we'll be there performing a complete lineup of classical pieces of theater-grade quality, lighting and stage control included. The conductor will be me, daughter of Paula Mimiger. I will not fall short of her standards, for she personally trained me and I am her pride. Even if you are not satisfied with our performance, you will gain some buzz from the public either way, and won't take a loss, even if you decide not to hire us again. But if you find us valuable, then I imagine we'd love to make Piazza Parasota the very first high-end shopping mall with a resident orchestra. Of course, all of this is to make one thing clear. The city only has a single orchestra worth investing in, and that's us.
You know, Boss, that sounds pretty good.
It does seem like a good deal.
Hold up. How about figuring out who's actually in the wrong?
Well, this young lady has already taken the blame, so what else is there to discuss? It's not like we meant to cause a ruckus.
What do you gentlemen think?
All right, we'll arrange everything that needs arranging, and we'll have our orchestra at the opening. However, we are a high-end mall after all. I hope you won't disappoint.
Of course. Next to the Colombian businessmen, timpani and bassoon are still as statues. Only when the police officers wave them away did they both mutter something as if just jolted awake. LaSalle, you were a spitting image of Paula right back there. You know, even more, how do I put it? More Paula than Paula ever was. I'm my mama's daughter, after all. I'm Nicole Miminger of the Schwarzwurzelhong Orchestra. In the dressing room backstage, Liselle is seated, surrounded by the joyful sound of her orchestra chatting. Next to her is a stack of slightly yellowed scores, Paula's untitled quartet, with some edits noted in the corners. Meanwhile, Paula's favorite composition has just won a standing ovation from the entire audience of the Colombian's magnificent stage. Liselle runs her hand over the slightly faded ink, then stands up to face the orchestra. Thank you all for staying. I know these past few days have been difficult and stupid, but we held our concert and will hold many more. By Paula's will, in the name of the Schwarzwurzelhong Orchestra. So, there's something I must tell you. On the day of the incident, I saw Paula's murderer. I'll find him somehow, and the law will punish him. He wasn't at Lupo, so he's probably not at Bellone. It was a captain there I saw.
Ordine Nuovo.
I'm not sure how this is all going to come together. Grazie infinite, Signor Bellone. I would have been at such a loss had it not been for you and your familia.
Come now, Zio Elio. I didn't do anything.
Indeed, your name and presence were enough. My landlord dropping by as you were visiting me was enough to make him reconsider collecting his rent on the spot. After you left, he quickly agreed to give me 2 more weeks. That I'll figure out myself.
I don't understand, Zio Elio. Why are you... What happened to your fruit stand?
Oh, that, sold it long ago. My little Emma had a fever this summer and and who would have thought it would have left her paralyzed? Luckily, Dimitri saved me a good doctor, or introduced me to a good doctor. Said it was a serious yet common summer ailment for children. She might lose her leg if it wasn't treated. So I've sold my fruit stand and pooled cash from relatives to pay part of the doctor's fees. The rest is to be paid in installations. She's out of the woods now, at least. She has a slight limp, but she's otherwise healthy. As for the rent and bills, I'll figure it out.
Your stand was on the corner. Metri and I bought oranges from you when we were little. We've been neighbors for years. I could have lent you some money, and you wouldn't have had to.
No, Signor Bellone. It's a vast sum. I wouldn't dare accept a favor from you. Besides, your money wouldn't keep me afloat forever. I owe rent every week. But now that I'm under Familia Bellone's protection, my landlord won't kick me out when I fail to pay, and even the bakery will sell me some food on credit.
But you never wanted to join the Familia. You always said there was no need for civilians to join or involve themselves in Familia matters. The most important thing was to work hard and live your best life.
This old man was just naive. A Familia is more than fighting and killing. I finally understand that. Don't worry, Signor Bellone. I may be old, but I know not to be ungrateful. The Bellones have helped me, so if you ever need a favor in return, just call me and I'll be there.
You did this on purpose, didn't you, Metri? I asked you the other day why I haven't seen this fruit stand, and you told me he went home for a relative's funeral. You knew Emma was gravely ill. And when you suddenly invited me here for pizza the other day, you knew Zio Elio would pass by and find me.
You handled it expertly, Leon.
Handled what? I played right into your hands. If I had known sooner.
You couldn't have done anything about it anyway. You couldn't have possibly known what sort of hardship he would face. Your assistance would have been limited.
But at least I could have prevented him from joining the Familia against his wishes.
Only the Familia can help him now.
Is that so? I beg to differ. What did this facade cost him, and how long will it even last? He should have had access to more work opportunities, while we, Siracusa, should have guaranteed them a livelihood through systematic measures. Relying on the Familia won't address the root of the problem. I hope the lesson you've learned from this is not charity or consideration for others, Leon. You're the underboss. Someday, you'll be the head of the Familia yourself. A competent Don knows offering timely help will earn you gratitude. They will owe you a favor and repay their debt someday. You sound so heartless, Metri. Why would you even bother introducing a doctor to Zio Elio then? Shouldn't you have let me do it if you wanted me to learn to extract gratitude? You didn't know how ill Emma really was, and you didn't know he would have no choice but to sell the fruit stand. You must have wanted to help him, and it had nothing to do with the Familia. We can only do so much we can, no? Besides, old Elio's oranges were always the best. He clearly knows how to pick his suppliers.
This is a trivial matter compared to your available powers as the mayor. Please bring that murderous mafioso who ruined my championship to justice.
Senior Chardic, Dimitri Bellone's trial is this afternoon, but for now he remains only a suspect.
But who else could it have been? He sees me as a competitor and is not above dirty tricks. I kept my wines safely stored in the cellar, and even arranged for a professional security to guard them, only to somehow have them swapped with Saluzzo's. The prime suspect was arrested at the party, yet only placed under house arrest. And there have been plenty of people knocking on his door to visit, console, and even plot more nastiness. The whole city thinks I'm innocent, while Saluzzo Vino is raking in record profits. While I, poor old Radoslav, have gained absolutely nothing after spending so much time and effort organizing an event here in the hopes of doing business in this thriving city.
As far as I know, the Red Wine has been publishing articles about this murder case, and this has brought a lot of attention to your event. I understand you've already begun recruiting participants for your next championship, and there are even wine merchants from Colombia and Litanian who have signaled an interest in participating.
Indeed, but I should be enjoying greater gains than just those. Now I am left trying to minimize my massive losses.
Senor Cherik, we pledge to run the city fairly, and according to the new Urban Management Act, but our government will not serve the interests of a lone businessman. Not you or anyone else.
That's so. I hear you grew up with that Bellone boy, and now he's even taking your family name.
I'm no longer affiliated with Familia Bellone in any way.
But he's a member, no? A part of the purest Syracusan Familia. Even in his business costume, he's still more comfortable doing things mafia style.
You need to present proper evidence before we can hold a formal trial.
Of course, we must follow due process, I am aware. But my good mayor, I pray you don't forget this. Since the new Urban Management Act, many businessmen from Kazimierz, Litania, and Colombia have come here to trade, and we, or at least the merchants under the KGCC's banner, are only here in Nuova Volsini and not in any other Syracusan city because you have promised us the Familia do not exist here.
The wine merchant leaves, but Leontuza remains still for a long time. There she is. It's funny and sad that Like, they got rid of the mafia from for the most part, trying to strong arm them, but now the businessmen from Kazimierz are trying to strong arm them, which, you know, they're not. Oh, the TGCC or the KGCC. TGCC is different. KGCC is not much better. They operate in some similar ways.
You seem exhausted. Did that wine merchant tie you up in his affairs again? Or is it Dmitri? Yeah. He's convinced we won't have a fair trial, and keeps bringing up his Chamber of Commerce to pressure me. Saluzzo Vino has indeed established itself in Nuova Vocini under Dimitri's management, but it remains a local enterprise, and it's hard to judge if it can compare with the commercial capabilities of Jarek's Golden Prairie. I fear Jarek is hounding Dmitri not just because they're business competitors, or for that championship incident. Dmitri is merely an opportunity for Jarek, and the Chamber of Commerce backing him. Most local merchants here do not have ties to the familia, big or small, or do have ties. And if this background becomes valid grounds for accusations of wrongdoing, the local industry will come under pressure. But we do have those foreign capitalists to trade here. We have to learn their modern ways of trade, and we need their capital and goods. Even the way they compete with each other is something we need. It'll make our local businesses iterate and evolve to keep up. I'm aware of all of that. But Lavinia, our current situation, is so far from what we originally envisioned. Yes, we planned for a city without the familia, one with fairness and justice and not favoring any party. But now Nuova Vocini has become an open gate to Syracusa, completely defenseless, free for any outsiders to enter, no matter their motives. The first group is of course the Kazimierzans, who exploit the loopholes in the new Urban Management Act. The exclusive shelf-display agreement that Jarek and his fellow merchants include in their contracts has severely affected local industry. The various logistic contracts with high fines, have also driven our local truckers into a corner. Yes, Irene has informed me of their situation. It seems like the KGCC is trying to undermine our ASD. Also, as the departments have given feedback on how they've been showing signs of wanting to involve themselves in the energy and healthcare sectors as well. According to our last month's reports from City Hall, many businesses in the service industry have shuttered, while the manufacturing industry is also struggling. Foreign-backed companies and shops have set up here, and they prefer to employ those from other countries, so it's likely the job pool for locals will only shrink. despite our best efforts, prices are still trending upwards. Our people are not doing so well. And it is the Cajamersians and Colombians we must face, but also the Latanians who have come from all across Syracusa, and even from their own country too, with all manner of motives. Yes, and before them, the fairness and justice we seek remain necessary. I still believe in this. But if such a pursuit must be traded for the livelihood of our citizens, then those so-called virtues will only end up being superficial formalities. You're right. I've been mulling over it. Remember when I mentioned we might have to amend the new Urban Management Act? We have made the revisions. Want to look?
Leontuzo takes the draft from Lavinia. 2 thin sheets of paper that should take no time to go through, but Leontuzo flips through them multiple times before he finally looks up.
Impose tariffs on foreign goods. Prevent foreign businesses from establishing a monopoly on key sectors like transportation, finance, and energy, and allow some factions with former familia ties access to lower management roles. Issue franchise permits to familia-controlled corporations. Is this not a bit overboard? I fear people may say we're regressing to the old Syracusan way, or that we're favoring the familia. I did propose change, but these amendments are difficult to accept. I understand your concerns, Leon. I know you, of all people, hope to keep the familia out of this city. But you still seek to counter foreign capitalists with familiar power. Leon, we all know Nuovo Vocini's government and our authority over the city were granted at Signora Cecilia's pleasure. But in Syracusa, as it stands now, the only force capable of uniting everyone is still the familia. But what can we do? But what we can do is limit and prevent the familia from growing their power, ensure they do not succumb to infighting, and most importantly, keep them from infringing on civilian interests. It is not an easy decision to make. Truth be told, I think it's not the right time to submit this draft either. Most citizens enjoy the employment opportunities brought in by foreign companies, as well as their cheap and trendy imported goods. Even if the KGCC's ways inconvenience them compared to the trouble caused by the mob wars that they passed, they will not think it much of a problem.
Silence spreads throughout the office. Leontuzo knows that Lavinia is right because he used to harbor such plans in his mind, but it is not so easy to make the decision.
I get what you're trying to say. But just as Cherek and the KGCC want this chance to put Metri on trial, we also need an opportunity to convince ourselves and this entire city. Yes, and this chance may well come soon.
The courtroom is packed. The afternoon trial has clearly drawn a lot of attention. Sitting in the gallery are not only locals, but also the merchant, Cherek's Cajamersian partners, the Latinian orchestra, and even Colombian traders. All of their attention is fixated on one Dimitri Bellone in the defendant's dock.
In accordance with the new Urban Management Act, the Nuovo Vocini Criminal Court will commence with the trial of the defendant, Dimitri Bellone, on charges of murder of Peloa Meminger, case number 01452. Court is now in session. I call Tommaso Esposito to the witness stand. Signor Esposito, is it true you are the manager for Saluzzo Vino, in charge of the company's logistics?
Yep.
2 weeks ago. One day before the Golden Prairies Red Wine Championship, you called an individual by the name of Sam at the Agenzia per la Sicurezza dei Trasporti. You asked him to deliver 2 bottles of Saluzzo wine to the event venue.
Yep. I was very busy and completely forgot about sending some wines to the competition, although I fortunately remembered to do so the day before. Suffering from success, as it were.
When the Sam was delivering the goods via motorcycle, he came upon a crashed truck driven by the AST colleague, one Gianni. Gianni was on a Golden Prairie job at the time. Coincidentally, Gianni just happened to be delivering goods specially prepared by the Golden Prairie for the competition finals, and you just happened to be there as well.
The coincidence isn't that unusual. Just goes to show how everyone loves doing things last minute. As for me, I was making my way over in the event venue to ensure my boss's instructions were being carried out properly, so I tagged along.
As soon as the accident, you helped Sam get Gianni into the ambulance, and you helped handle the aftermath. Notably, you took those Saluzzo vines and placed them into the Golden Prairie box meant for the competition. The Golden Prairie guy said they'd find another driver, so I thought I'd save myself some trouble since we were both delivering goods to the same destination. But you took the Golden Prairie wines out of their box. And so the wines that appeared to be judged under the Golden Prairie name were in fact from Saluzzo Vino. That's their own carelessness. They only had to look at the labels on the bottles to avoid that mistake, but am I wrong, Your Honor? No further questions. I call Letizia Moroni to the witness stand. Signora Moroni, you work at the Nuova Vocini Police Academy as a toxicology expert and forensic pathologist. You were responsible for the autopsy of the victim, Paola Meminger, as well as the testing of the utensils and wine in the case. Yes. Please inform the court of your findings. Yes, Your Honor.
The autopsy results show Paola Meminger died of cyanide poisoning. Traces of cyanide were found on the wine glass she used, but not inside the Saluzzo wine bottle.
In other words, the murderer applied cyanide only to the glass rather than the Saluzzo wine itself.
I can only say the current evidence supports that conclusion. I mean, Chedek did hold the wine bottle, but no, he didn't hold the glass, though, I don't think. Unless there was some point afterwards.
Calling Liselle Meminger to the witness stand.
The little Cabernet steps out from the crowd of musicians around her and slowly but resolutely walks toward the witness stand.
Signorina Meminger, is it true that you are a member of the Schwarzer-Zorhang Orchestra and adopted daughter of the deceased Paola Meminger? Yes. On the day of the championship, you went to the cellar where all the competition wines were stored for inspection? Yes. While you were there, you brushed past someone who was neither a security guard nor a member of any participating winery? Yes. Did you see what this individual did in the cellar? I saw him pick up a glass, but at the time I only thought it a strange occurrence. No problems arose after he entered the cellar, but I assumed he was just a lost spectator. If I had known what he was doing, I would have stopped him and Pala wouldn't have.
That's true, actually. If it was applied to the glass, and it doesn't mean the wine was important, right? It could have been any... They could have poured any of the wines into that glass. They just happened to pour Saluzzo's wine. Liselle's voice trembles slightly as her volume gradually lowers. She looks down, hunched over, but ultimately she straightens her back. My condolences. Did you get a clear look at his face? I only saw him for a moment. I saw his face, but I couldn't make it out clearly. Do you think you might recognize him? No, he dressed fairly plainly. Thinking back, I believe he was maybe trying to trick the security guards, impersonating one of our orchestra members. I don't know who he was, but there is one thing I do know. He was definitely no Pero or Lupo you'd typically find in Siracusa. He had enormous Cabernet horns. Murmurs rise in the courtroom, like ripples from throwing a stone into water. Lavinia continues her questions. And Liselle recounts in detail what her orchestra members were doing at the time, establishing their alibis. But no one cares for her words at this point. So Bellone didn't do it. I've been thinking it made no sense. He has already won the championship after all. What would he get by killing the conductor? But if there's something else we don't know? Also, couldn't he have just simply hired a Cabernet to do the deed?
His men have sabotaged our wineries. He's been obviously after us, disrupting our perfectly legitimate business operations.
Silence, order, and a court. I call Elio Fabri to the witness stand. Leontuzzo is shocked to see his old acquaintance in court. He does not know why old Elio would be here. He was not even aware that Elio had come to a Nuova Volsini. Signor Fabri, is it true that you are an employee of Saluzzo Vino and responsible for procuring grapes for the company's production line?
Yes, Your Honor.
3 weeks ago, you reached out to Verdi Winery to discuss procuring raw materials for Saluzzo Vino. Even though Verdi Winery's business has been declining ever since the Cashmerean wineries set up shop, they always have the most aromatic grapes. Our company was a long-term cooperative agreement with Verdi to purchase any surplus materials their production lines cannot handle. The discussion was just part of a regular job. But during this meeting, you learned that Golden Prairie was about to buy out Verdi Winery.
Yes.
And so you conspired with Niccolo, a Verdi employee, to sabotage the winery's production facilities. Furthermore, you also sabotaged their water supply and drainage systems, causing Golden Prairie to incur substantial maintenance costs after their acquisition.
Yes.
You must be aware that these actions constitute unfair competition and violate the new Urban Management Act. What is your motive? Did the owner of Saluzzo Vino, Dimitri Bellone, compel you to do this? Did he intend to disrupt Golden Prairie's business operations?
Elio does not answer immediately. The Cashmerean businessman in the gallery is silent, his expression now relaxed. Meanwhile, Leontuzzo fails to make out Dimitri's reactions from his calm demeanor in the defendant's dock.
No one compelled me to do anything, Your Honor. Everything I did was on my own conscience, out of my concern as a Nuova Volsinese, as a Syracusan. It's true Golden Prairie is a competitor of ours, and our rivalry means I know well the methods they use. They dump their goods here for cheap, pressuring locals' wineries into a smaller corner on the market, and then acquire them when they turn unsustainable.
but they don't run the businesses properly after buying them out, much less trying to preserve their unique winemaking traditions. They fire all the old staff to increase profit and efficiency, pretend to operate normally for a while, and then shut it all down, leaving the vines to waste away. Verdes the Fourth. Before them it was Pripyat, Posady, Hills, and Drizzle. All those wineries suffered the same treatment. That's how Kazimierz works. They don't care about the effort we put into tending our grapes, nor for our lives and the memories carried by a unique astringency in our traditional wines. All they want is to clear out their weak competitors one by one until they monopolize all the shelves on every store. And they'll ultimately lose any choice in the products we buy. When that happens, I doubt their prices will stay as low as they are now.
Well said, but that does not justify your use of illegal means.
I know what I've done won't stop the Kazimierzans from trampling all over our wines and other industries. But I had to do something. I'll accept whatever punishment I deserve. Murmurs from the gallery only grow louder and louder. Lavinia raises the gavel in her hand, but hesitates for a while before she puts it down without striking the block.
Your Honor, if you would allow me a few words.
Speak.
I believe the testimonies you've heard from the witnesses you summoned are sufficient to prove I have no connection to the murder of Paula Miminger. But Elio Fabri is indeed in my company's employ. I did not compel him myself, and he did engage in activities deemed illegal by the new Urban Management Act, targeting Golden Prairie. I believe his reasons for doing so are perfectly understandable, not just to me, but to every Nuova Volsinese sitting in the gallery right now. But a violation of the rules is a violation. I do not expect the court to make an exception for him. Though as his boss, I am willing to bear the punishment for his crime, be it a fine or prison sentence.
The murmurs are now so loud that even the gavel fails to silence the crowd. Reporters in the back row leave to contact their newspapers. Lavinia announces the end of the trial, declaring the verdict to be given at the later date following jury deliberations. Amidst the chaos, Leontuzzo catches Dimitri looking at him. He watches as Dimitri raises his hand, puts his index and middle fingers together, and gently points them towards Leontuzzo and himself. He recognizes the action, a unique gesture that they have both used since they were little to signal "catch you later" for a chat. Leontuzzo does not respond. Yes, we've confirmed with the team responsible for guarding the Bellone estate that Elio Fabri did not visit Dimitri Bellone's residence following the murder of Paula Miminger. We have not monitored any calls between them either. In other words, he just spoke on his own accord at the courthouse. That seems to be the case, as far as we can tell. The jury has yet to reach a verdict, so we can only continue to watch the Bellone estate and keep Signor Fabri in custody for now.
I'd like to speak with him in private.
By all means. That was a neat pneumatic sound.
Zio Elio, I didn't know you were in Nuova Volsini.
Oh, I thought Signor Mayor and Judge Lavinia would have come across my name while scrutinizing entry applications from Bellone's associates.
I didn't notice. But why are you still with them? I thought, after Padre's death, Familia Bellone's lost all the power it had. You should have left then. I know you never liked having to do things the mafioso way.
Leave. I lost my fruit stand. Emma's fever left her with a lifelong need for medication. Now I've been struggling. If Don Dimitri hadn't invited me to join his winery, source grapes for him, I don't know how I would have survived.
Nuova Volsini provides job opportunities for everyone with the will to shape a future with their own hands.
Is that so? Do you think small businesses can still survive under the Kazimierzian merchant's heel?
But your acts of sabotage, the Familia used to do the same.
The Familia's way of doing things, yes, they remind us, every citizen here, of our painful past. I do admit it was a shameful act, but fortunately Judge Lavinia allowed me an opportunity to speak the truth in court.
Lavinia was the one who arranged for you to be there.
Yes. Sometimes we have no choice but to only do as much as we can, no? You asked me why I was still working for Don Dimitri. It is because he still adheres to the old Familia creed. A pack of whelps grouping up to help each other can keep all of us from being devoured by our bigger beast. I heard your inauguration speech too. I could feel your passion. You asked how our neighboring nations would view us. Would they see us as a new possibility? But now I believe they do. They see us as a new avenue to exploit us for their own gain. Yes, I work for the Dawn. But it is the Bellone business I care for and want to protect. No, it is our own industry. It is Don Dimitri who gave us this opportunity to unite and stand against the great merchants.
Congratulations on your not guilty verdict, Senor Bellone.
Oh, I thought you, of all people, would be more eager to see me behind bars.
Just a misunderstanding. The trial at court clearly proved your innocence, and the entire city knows of your magnanimity. Let's all put all the twists and turns that happened during the championship behind us. It is undeniable that your winery took the crown. Saluzzo Vino now holds the title of #1 winery in all of Nuova Volsini. Truly a inviolable feat.
Thanks to you as well.
Ugh. I'm sure you all join the next iteration as well. Defending the crown would be a legendary achievement.
Perhaps. But as you say, Saluzzo Vino is now the #1 winery in the city. So I'm afraid I no longer see the value in joining a so-called competition to increase the value of my products. Am I right?
Fair enough. But Elio Fabri damaging a winery water system under the ownership of Golden Prairie surely impacts you somehow. You said you'd pay his fine or even serve his time, a noble gesture, but you don't necessarily have to follow through. A trivial matter like that isn't even worth a public prosecution in the first place. No one would have noticed the incident had I not filed a lawsuit in the first place.
Senior Cherik, you can get straight to the point. What is your goal here? I don't think it's just to repair our working relationship with a tiny favor.
I do appreciate frankness. Regardless of our backgrounds, we are both businessmen now, are we not? So, Signor Bellone, I'd like to discuss a deal with you. Let Golden Prairie invest in Saluzzo Vino. Our strong alliance will surely sweep the Syracusan markets. And if, or when the time comes, our business empire will eventually expand beyond Syracusa and Kazimierz.
Oh, is that so?
Indeed. I know you currently do not lack for capital or production tech, and you have your reputation here. But you must be aware of the Kazimierzian General Chamber of Commerce behind me. If we work together, our resources, like our comprehensive supply and logistic channels, and even the media channels we have ties with, all of that will be available to you. Surely a young, upstanding man like yourself doesn't want to stop at a single winery that doesn't even bear your name. Have you never considered establishing a Dimitri commercial empire?
Intriguing. I didn't expect the trial's outcome to impact your company and judgment so much.
It did indeed leave its mark on my wine business, but Golden Prairie still retains its price advantage.
I'm thinking the KGCC was the impetus behind the effort to discuss a cooperative relationship.
We're businessmen, Senor Bellone. We are naturally driven by the pursuit of maximum profit. It is normal for us to set aside our preferences when discussing a deal in our past for the most beneficial result. As your employee said, this is how Kazimierz works. So think about it, young man. Don't be in such a rush to refuse me.
Refuse? Did you think I would do that?
Leontuzo arrives at Dimitri's residence late at night. The rain that lasted all day is now reduced to a faint drizzle, gradually slowing to a stop. But his mood remains melancholic. Security guards from City Hall who are still at the estate lead him inside. He thought Dimitri would have come out to meet him, but he is mistaken. Dimitri is simply seated in a chair, a seat decided by old familia custom to be the Dons, silently watching him. A dim light over his head obscures his expression. Leontuzo suddenly realizes that it has been a long time since he read any expression on Dimitri's face.
Here you are, after all. Yes, you asked for me to come. I remember the gesture. A glass for each of us. I can mix a ginger fizz with apple juice you like as a base. Although it's hard to find traditionally pressed apple juice in Nuova Volsini these days, I'm sure it's been a while since you've had any. Fortunately, I found someone to help me acquire it. I'm sure you didn't call me here to reminisce about the old days. You can lower your guard. When I arrived here, I think I spotted a Kazimierz's car leaving. The boss of Golden Prairie. Jarek, what was he doing here? He wants to work with Saluzzo Vino. I agreed. Why? Why? Is this not what you people at City Hall want? Bringing in foreign capital will help local businesses thrive and evolve. This is how businesses here and even across Syracuse will gain access to a wider market. Jarek was here as an agent of the KGCC, and they offer generous terms. I had no reason to refuse. Kazimierzian businessmen aren't as nice as you might think. You're worried for me. You managed to gain Saluzzo's assets with your particular methods, but this doesn't mean you will see the same results of the Kazimierzians. We can only try and see. Also, City Hall will surely protect the interests of our local businesses, yes? I know an amendment of the new Urban Management Act sits on your desk, just missing your signature. How do you... Just some of those so-called underhanded familia methods. We should always seek all the intelligence we can make the most beneficial decisions. I believe I taught you this long ago when I was grooming you to be the Don. That amendment is just a draft. I might not even sign it. You're hesitating, I know. You just can't make up your mind. You fear the people will denounce you, that all your achievements will go to waste, that Nuova Volsini will return to the old, familiar ways. Should I not be afraid? It's too easy going back to our familiar methods, while new sparks are so hard to start. All the familia outside the city are watching our every move. Give them one chance, and we'll be torn to shreds, never to recover. But you have more to worry about than just the familia. Besides the Kajimerian and Colombian businessmen who exploit loopholes in the act, there are also Lytonians trying to expand their influence in the city. Did you know I received some surprising news before the competition? Someone was dispatched here from Lytonia border for the sole purpose of dispatching the exiled dissident Paula Miminger. Lytonia's eternal grace forbids anyone from deviating from their movement, even outside a Lytonian territory. And you use this to your advantage. I didn't fan the flames, I simply let it be. Fortunately, things turned out well, and you also had the chance to amend the act. Is it not what the City Hall has been waiting for this whole time? I believe Lavinia arranged that trial just for that. I do intend to limit foreign capital here, but that does not mean... Who else can you even rely on if not us local businessmen? Regardless of whether or not we have familiar backgrounds, we're all at least complying with your city's rules. We can act as your insurance. Empty promises mean nothing to me. I know you're skeptical of the familia. But you should understand we started off as nothing but a band of whelps, powerless against the barons and chaos of Siracusa. We helped those around us, and hoped the day might come when we could win something in return to improve our lives. We Syracusans take care of our own. It is our tradition, and what we've always done. So after the Don's death, after you left, I took the Bellone's reins, because I cannot lie or let the Familia lose their home. Just as you cannot let the Syracusans lose ground to foreigners from Kajimir, Lytania, and Colombia. Or am I wrong? You will do great things, Leon. One day you will actually be able to realize your dreams in Siracusa. I've always believed this. I've heard this from you before, Metri. I said back then you could be my right-hand man. The offer remains, even now, at City Hall. No, grazie. I really don't get along with Lavinia. And, as you said before, there are things better suited for her and others only I can handle. Just like right now, only matters for the City Hall to carry out, while others are better for us to do. Your ideals alone cannot keep the city alive. This city needs and must have the support of the old family. You sound so certain. You met Signora Cecilia. I'm sure you know just how happy she is to meet young people with ideas. Your established rules will keep the Familia and Nova Volsini from running amok, while my ways will gather all the power and spirit of Siracusa. This will become a new guns in order for this city, Leontuzzo.
As Leontuzzo leaves, Dimitri extends a hand towards him. A signal of cooperation. Leontuzzo hesitates for a moment before stretching out a hand himself. They used to be close, no strangers to sharing hugs or laughter, but this formal handshake now is the first between them. At the conclusion of their handshake, Dmitri returns to his chair. Then, just like Leontuzzo's father and every Syracusan Don, he disappears into the darkness. The rain is no more. The sky is surprisingly clear and tranquil. That amendment. Are you really okay with it, Lavinia? We use what we want for Syracusa without even a trace of the Familia. I have spent more than a decade under the Bellone shadow, Leon. I don't mind waiting a little longer. And the same goes for me.
I hope it works out.
I really do. Hope it does not screw them over. That was fine. I think the best part was the second story with Tosia. Yeah, otherwise it was fine. Dimitri's just not that interesting of a character, gonna be honest. But good to see more evolution of how this city is and Syracuse as a whole is evolving and developing. Good to be reminded at just how villainous TGCC is. TGCC? KGCC. Too much infield.
Hey, Doctor, come over here for a bit. Let's see. The crops cultivated in Jiangxi this year are indeed taller than a man.
But overall was definitely not the most exciting little event. Oh, we got some compensation for maintenance. 300 Orangium and 5 Orangenite Prime. How nice. Well, I guess tomorrow then we'll do those levels. And we'll see truly how well this runs, I guess. But it was smooth so far. Wonder if the mobile is actually working now, if they actually fixed that or if we're all screwed on that. It'll be quick. Yeah, it will be. What wasn't quick was the 2 last story there. That was 2 hours from 2 of them. 3 for 4 and 2 for 2. That's always how it happens, huh? Is the mobile app working? I can't tell. It's either loading a long time or it's not working. Resource loading failure. Still a thing, huh? Sick. Awesome. You need to, okay, so there's a mega thread on the Reddit for this. You need to force update your client to get the new update. Go to Play Store path and to Arknights. Once that update is done, you should download correctly and let you in. Okay, I have to go to the Play Store. There's an update there. There is. Yeah, so you have to update the app again through the app stores in order for it to work, I guess. Fair enough. That's good, as long as I don't have to re-download everything. That's what I was hoping not to do. Alrighty then. Yeah, we'll do the do those levels tomorrow, and I guess, I don't know, something else after that. But until then, thank you all for watching, and may the sands of time treat you well.